Welcome to the hearing of the Navigation Safety Bylaw. I am beginning the hearing because although we have 3 elected members here, we don't have a chair. So I am Jane Robertson. I am Democracy Services, and I will be taking minutes today. But yes, I would like to invite the panel to resolve on a chair, please.
I'll nominate Councillor Quentin Smith as chair.
Okay, and so I will now pass over the hearing to Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Welcome everyone today. The purpose of today's hearing is to hear submissions on the draft Navigation Safety Bylaw. We have a schedule of submitters to hear today. Each submitter gets sort of 5 to 10 minutes to speak to their submission. We encourage people to leave time to have a discussion and ask, and for the panel to ask questions. What we're seeking today is to understand the response to the proposed changes to the bylaw, and to I suppose eventually we'll come to a landing on what our recommendation to council will be on those proposed changes to the bylaw. So any helping us identify what the problems might be, helping us identify what the solutions or alternative solutions to those problems is really of great assistance to us. On my right here, we have Councillor Bartlett, who is based in Queenstown Ward. On my left, we have Councillor Tucker, who is based in the Wanaka Ward and lives at Lake Hawea. I'm Councillor Quentin Smith. I live in Wanaka. Yeah, well, as I said, our job is to hear your submissions and to make a recommendation to council. We don't make a decision ourselves. We just make a recommendation and council makes the final decision. Firstly, there's no apologies. Everyone's here as far as I'm aware. So move on. Declarations of conflict of interest. Are there any conflicts of interest from the panel?
No.
I'll declare that we hold a family membership for the Wanaka Yacht Club. I don't believe that's a conflict, but I'll just declare it. And alternatively, my daughter jumps off the Albertown bridges on occasions. We'll just note, if you're happy to note that as a happy to note. And then I'd like to invite confirmation of the agenda.
I'll move that we confirm the agenda. I can second that.
And in favour, thank you. So agenda as is. So firstly, we'll invite the officers to speak to the report, identify anything or changes that they've identified, and then after that we'll move on to submissions.
Good morning, panel and submitters. I'm Luke Pace. I am Principal Policy Advisor at Queensland Lakes District Council, and I've been part of the team working on the drafting the Navigation Safety Bylaw. And
sorry, before we move on, I might just actually introduce you guys. So if you guys can just say who you are and what your role is. So, thank you.
yeah, I'll invite other members of staff to introduce themselves. So Ian, I'm Anthony Hall. I'm the Regulatory Manager at QLDC, look after a wide range of functions, but that also includes the Waterways Regulatory Services, the Harbour Master functions for the district.
Hi everyone, my name is Isabel Logies. I'm also in the regulatory team as the Monitoring and Enforcement Environmental Manager.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Craig Fahey. I'm in the Waterways team also as the Waterways Regulatory Services Manager.
Kia ora, Carrie Williams. I'm a Policy Manager at QLDC, so we're largely charged with overseeing bylaw review and making processes.
So other than introducing ourselves in a brief introduction to the report, I mean, I don't have anything to amend or to specifically identify for the panel submitters other than the report provides analysis of submissions that have been received and provides a set of advice to elected members, the panel, on further recommended amendments. And page 8 provides an overview of those recommended amendments, and attachment F provides a schedule of recommended amendments.
Thank you. And just for the benefit of the submitters, can you just explain why are we undertaking a review of the bylaw at this stage? Timing.
The navigation safety bylaw is coming up for its 5-year review, and so we're undertaking a review to meet that timeframe. In addition to that, Otago Regional Council has delegated their responsibility under the Maritime Transport Act and managing navigation safety to QLEC. And so we have obligations under the Maritime Transport Act to consider navigation safety risks in the district, and if we the council considers necessary to create a bylaw to manage those navigation safety risks.
Thank you. That's very useful. So Jamie, we just move on to submissions.
Yes, so submitters, if you just want to sit there, if you wouldn't mind,
When you're down, we'll call you up in turn, and
yeah.
Thank you. So firstly, Dean Rankins, you've got your time. I just wanted to note too that the meeting is being recorded and will be available online afterwards, I mentioned. And that's there. We do have media in the room as well. So for all intents and purposes, this is a public meeting, and so everything that we do say in this room is public record and available afterwards. So, all right, Dean, you're welcome to come. Also note that, as I said, we've got about 5 to 10 minutes for each submitter. I'm happy to keep it reasonably informal, unless we're running over time. I'll, sort of crack the whip a little bit, but we want a useful discussion, so we'll keep it pretty informal.
Hi, my name's Dean Rankin. I'm lucky enough to live here most of my life, born here and all that sort of stuff. So had thousands of hours of enjoyable time on that lake over the years, which has been really good. There are some things that need to be addressed, but my biggest point is the removal of the ski lanes from Ely Point, Waterfall Creek, and the small slither that we have down here in the main bay. It's just, I think it's going to make things more difficult for boat users, families that want to go out and enjoy boat time, learn how to water ski, go for a ski biscuit, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's just going to make it harder for everyone to do, and there are definitely some changes that need to be done, but it's going to be, we feel like we're getting pushed away from having these magic wee spots where we can go down to straight after work and have time to go out and have a quick water ski, then get home again, sort of thing. The way, if we remove those ski lanes from down in the bay here, we're really going to be getting pushed further up the lake. Dublin Bay is out of the question. The water's just there, it's just way too shallow. End up beaching boats and all sorts of stuff all the time. It's just, it shouldn't even be taken into the thing. So we all know what Pindu Bay is like in the summertime with the campers there. It's just absolutely heaving up there. We've got a couple of wee pockets up on the end of the peninsula that come down, but hey, they're only tiny wee water ski bays. So really we're getting pushed it way up the lake. We haven't got as many suitable places as what people think. The boat ramps here, like I went for a look last night down at the Ely Point boat ramp, and oh my God, it's like a canyon trying to get down into there. You've got to go down and drop down before you put your boat in, let alone all the holes, like you're continually backing your trailer into a big hole that's been made, all that sort of stuff. Outlet's not much better, but it is still a wee bit more user friendly. There's still a lot of holes in that out there. We just don't have the facilities for the amount of boat users. Like, we've got a big, beautiful ramp down here in town. So all we can do is put our boat in there, and it's hard enough now as we've got to go and park up at Ely Point for boat traders and all that sort of stuff. We're just getting the feeling that it's getting made harder. And hey, I'm lucky enough been here back in the days where you could back your Hilux down on the main beach here and put the boat in and go water skiing or do whatever all day. So yeah, I think it really needs to be looked at from a serious point rather than, I don't know, to me I get the feeling that feel like we're getting pushed away a wee bit. We're getting pushed into the, we'll just push them up the lake, but it's making everything a lot harder for us all. So sort of that's where I'm at with the whole thing. Surely, yeah, something needs to happen out at Albertown too with the bridge jumpers for safety. I think the jet boat restrictions are working all right in there. I honestly don't think there's a lot that needs to be changed. And I think a lot of it comes down to users' education. Like, does everyone, like many people in here, know that you're meant to club toe anti-clockwise out of a ski lane and all where you're meant to be and 200 metres with 5 knots and all that sort of stuff? And the swimmers, even like, why don't we just let them have from sort of halfway along Pembroke Park, right around the whole bay, right up to the Ely Point, Rocky Point? And that can be all 200 metres out. Have the whole thing buoyed off, that's theirs. We stay away. The water users stay away. But there's other alternatives that can easily work and get things going a lot better here for everybody. So, yeah, I just think shutting the ski lanes would be a very poor decision and not in the benefit of the community, really. So, yeah, so that's basically all I've really got to say about that. So,
Yeah, appreciate that. Any question?
Part of the recommendation is to narrow some of the ski lanes. Can you see any potential problems with narrowing the ski lanes?
well, we all know what it gets when it's busy. It's busy, so that's when all the locals, we go up the lake and we find a beach away somewhere then. But it's that when during the week, during the weekends, during the days, that sort of stuff. Like, we just want to get out there and have a quick go, not go away up the lake. I think maybe it would be have a compromise between the lake swimmers area down in the far corner. Like, we I don't know, we might need. It'd be nice to have 200 metres of beach, but we might be pushing it at that. So just down here in the main bay, but Waterfall Creek and Ely Point, they're main feed parts for people doing water activities into the lake here. So
What's the boat lake?
You mentioned about engagement in a prior, I don't know, there was a prior consultation back in October 2022. Were you involved in that one at all?
no, I wasn't. No.
And then there was preliminary engagement for this particular round as well. Were you involved in that one at all?
No, I wasn't. No, it just jumped to my attention when it came up to the removal of the ski lanes. It's sort of, I'm one of those people, we find it hard to find all the information sometimes about these things. So, yeah.
No, there have been some. I think with this agenda, there are some amendments to what was originally proposed with some of the ski lanes. So
This is the current one that I was going off.
yeah, I think since from the feedback from the consultation though.
Okay, yeah.
There are some proposed
What were they?
changes, which I think include one or two of the Monica ski lanes that were.
So proposed amendments for the bylaw since hearing has changed to keep the existing ski lanes within Royce Bay,
Yeah.
to narrow Ely Point.
Sorry, we're having hearing problems now. It's very quiet.
Just speak up.
So the recommendations from officers post the consultation of this bylaw hearing have recommended to retain the ski lanes in Royce Bay, but to narrow and make a laneway style ski lane at Ely Point. And was there any other changes to Royce Bay?
I can read this for just the
That'd be
clarity. It
helpful.
says, in response to submissions, officers recommend the panel consider the following amendments to the draft bylaw. Kelvin Grove, it's not relevant to this one, so I went. Royce Bay, Ely Point, retain and amend, create a smaller launch lane type access lane. Royce Bay, Waterfall Creek, retain. Glendew Bay East, reduced width 50 metres. So the front beach ones would still go, and the other two would be changed.
Like Ely Point's that skinny now, that wee bit down there. So
Yeah, and I suppose the challenge there, as you know, it's incredibly high use for both swimmers and launching, and so trying to find that balance between all the users there. Just regarding that, are you aware that the Roy's Bay one has been subject to a closure last summer, so that it was closed 6 weeks? Is that right? Over the busy period because of the popularity of swimming. Did you see any problems with that?
no, I think when it's going off like it does, that would probably be a good idea for down there. I'm not that happy about it, but hey, it would be something to put into a compromise. Sure, we don't want to lose that for that 6 weeks, but if we were going to keep something because of it, it would, yeah, you know what I mean? So.
You mentioned too that Dublin Bay you just don't think is useful.
No, it's
anyway.
way too shallow, big rocks out there, it's a boat wrecker out there, yeah. Plus, even to go and start water skiing, you got to walk 200 metres out in the water, so. Yeah, but the education thing too is a lot of people aren't educated on where's good, what's a good area around the lake. Like, hey, if I'm going with just my family, I'll go way up and find a beach way out the lake. But if we've got people coming, they're coming in cars. It's not like I want to do 5 shuttles to get all the kids and all the gear way up to a beach that we want to go to for the day. So, yeah.
All right, well, thanks for your time, Dean.
Yeah,
and your
thank you,
points.
guys.
Well made.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming.
cheers.
Thanks.
Rod McLeod. G'day, how are you?
Thank you.
So my name's Rod McLeod. I'm a resident of Albert Town, and I regularly walk the outlet track between Albert Town and the outlet of the lake, and swim in the river generally at Allison Ave Fisherman's Access, so I'm aware of issues around boaties there. My concerns are twofold. One is the extent of powerboat usage proposed for the Upper Clutha River, and the other is a lack of powerboat noise control in the Upper Clutha generally, particularly on the lakes. Now, section 4.6.1 of the Council's operative district plan states that the river provides a scenic natural environment with a sense of remoteness, yet is readily accessible from Wanaka. So I guess they're identifying the fact that it's a nice piece of quiet, if you like, within the region. So passive recreation activities such as rafting, kayaking and canoeing better reflect that sentiment than powerboat usage. The proposed bylaw specifies powerboat criteria for months of the year and for time of the day, and permits speed uplifting from May to November inclusive. I'm concerned that many of the short-term visitors to the outlet camp are not aware of those rules and would just choose to go for a swim or choose to go rafting down the river in any event. So I think you've got quite a complicated structure of rules around boat usage on the Upper Clutha. And I doubt that many visitors would be aware of those rules. And I can see a clash there between safety and powerboat usage. The Upper Clutha River is approximately 3.5 kilometres long. That's down as far as the Albert Town Bridge. However, within the greater Upper Clutha region, including Makarora River, Wilkin River, Matukituki River, Hunter River, and the rest of the Clutha River, there's approximately 100 kilometres of navigable water. So my contention is that the powerboat users have a big area of white water that they can enjoy. Let's keep this 3.5 kilometres close to town as a passive recreation region. Section 4.62 of the district plan quotes permitted noise levels for powerboats, and Appendix 2 specifies standardised noise tests for powerboats. Now, I'm not aware of any of those tests having been done on powerboats, but they're there in the district plan. From my point of view, it remains difficult to report noisy vehicles to the harbour master, and for offenders to be reprimanded or accosted in some way by the harbour master. And quite honestly, I see no change in that issue, even with naming and or registration of powerboats. So I guess I'm concerned that there's a small number of powerboats, I'd have to say, spoil it for all the rest of the powerboat users. They have very, very noisy vehicles, and there's no way of controlling that. So my summary is I'd like to see the white water in the rest of the region being used by powerboaters, and reserve the Upper Clutha for passive recreation. And I'd like to see the noisy powerboat users on the lakes and rivers brought under some sort of control. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll invite questions again. Councillor Bartlett first this time.
Nothing just yet.
Okay.
Just a note that so you support the vessel identification to help mitigate the issue that you're talking about. Sorry, I need to be more confident. Your submission speaks to the importance of vessel naming as a way of helping enforcement with behaviour. So I appreciate the sentiment and the direction there.
And just one other. So, and I might just invite a comment from staff here. Is if I understand correctly, noise isn't an issue that we can deal with under the safety bylaw because it's not a safety.
No, I wouldn't expect it to
A
be.
safety
No.
issue. So the point's noted, but it's not irrelevant to the area, but it's not something we can control under the safety bylaw. And just one other question. So your view is that the closure of the Upper Clutha to most jet boats, apart from the two commercial operators, has been successful in the last few years?
I think it's been reasonably successful, but I'd certainly like to see a tightening up of that regime. And I gave an example in.
Extended to 12 months, did you, a full closure?
Well, yes, but at least include November, because people are certainly using the water. They're floating down the river, kayaking on the river in November. So I think that it should be extended November right through to end of
6 months.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your submission. So thank you. I'd like to invite John Clarkson to the talk.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I do agree with the previous submitter around the passive use of the Upper Clutha, having children and families that float down there and send the people out to the camping ground. So my name's John Clarkson. My family's been in this area. My wife's family's been here for about 4 or 5 generations. So I have a reasonable historical perspective of the use of the lake and the interactions of the user groups within it. I'd like to say that there's nothing in the submissions that I read that bears witness to the issue the council argue exists. In the 70 years my family, my wife's family, have been in this district, we don't have memory of this being an issue before. Now, I accept that growth and congestion is part of our district, but we must learn to accommodate all people and their amenities within the area. I bike and run on these roads, and as they become busier, I take responsibility for keeping myself safe. What I don't try to do is to stop others from using our roads. That would be plainly ridiculous. And I think we can see the parallel to what's happening here. I also train in the lake, have done for many years, and I've never had an issue with boats in Roy's Bay. I swim predominantly in the swimming lanes where the boys are, or up towards the hotel and the Edgewater Rocks. None of those areas have boats in them. So again, I just want to understand the evidence and fact base about where this issue actually exists that we're trying to resolve, rather than being an emotive or knee-jerk reaction. What we have is a minority as I read through those submissions, and understand that those submissions are not representative of the user base. Yep. Every person I spoke to that has a boat did not know about this. The failure there is the communication to the wider ratepayers about this as an issue. Yep. I think if you went out and spoke to boat owners in the area, very few of them would have been aware. Had there been, I think you've been overwhelmed with submissions. You have organised small groups who have formatted letters put in a submission. Yep. That talks to organisation within a small community. So what we have is a small minority of users, a self-declared minority with 75 members. And when I've witnessed them, because I swim there, there's generally less than 15 actively swimming. Yep. And they want to remove the amenity of what is probably the largest ratepayer recreational activity group in the area. Yep. There are 8 boats in the immediate vicinity of my house alone. Now, I don't water ski. The body's too old for that anymore. But I don't want to take away the ability of others to do that. Yep. And I don't want to see taken away the ability of families to congregate and do that. As a previous submitter spoke to, it's implausible to move everybody up the lake. First off, it's illegal because you can't ski off a beach anyway, because you must do 5 knots within 200 metres of the shore. Yep. So the only places you can actually beach start or teach people to water ski then are the water ski lanes that are here. And the further you move those away, the more you remove the ability of families to participate together. Okay. The irony of this is the swimmers want to exclude people with boats. That's what I read in the submission. And as a swimmer, I can see a rationale for having an area where boats are not present. But they also want the council to maintain the swimming pools and the swimming lane down there, which is paid for by the ratepayers, the very base they want to exclude. Okay, we need to be very cognizant of the fact that the ratepayers pay for the amenities. You cannot prioritise one over the other. That's not a democratic process. Right. Not only do they want to exclude boat users, in the submissions there was no use case or rationale for doing so. Yep. Again, I want to come back to this evidence and fact base. What is the issue we're trying to resolve, and how do we resolve this issue without the exclusion of other ratepayers and users of the amenity? Right. My observation of the swimming group is, as I said, is they swim up the lakefront towards Edgewater when they swim down this part. I won't talk to any point. I've read the changes to the submission. You want to make it a short and narrow lane. But if that's the compromise you have to make to accommodate both sets of people, I'm a little bit agnostic to it, as long as no one group is prioritised or excluded over the other. Ely Point's okay. I can understand they want to swim there because in the right conditions it's calm. The same reason people want to water ski there. There's the conflict that exists. Waterfall Creek, I think, is quite poor for water skiing myself. It's quite rocky. But if you want to teach young children to water ski, Roy's Bay is where you take them. Yeah, because it's sandy bottom, it's close to shore, you can get in and help them, it's accessible by the wider family. Now, the issues I have observed on the waterfront is the contention between the commercial activities and their absolute failure to inform customers of the existence of the water ski lane and their obligations associated with traversing that lane. Yep. That's why that contention exists. In fact, it was only yesterday during the market that a commercial kayak operator set up in the water ski lane. Yeah, it's not great, is it? And there was no enforcement of that. There was an implicit acceptance that commercial operators could set up in a water ski lane. This is where the issue lies. The waterfront is 1.3 kilometres long. Yep. And there's a couple of commercial operators who want to have the whole 1.3 kilometres for personal profit, not for the benefit of the ratepayer or the township itself, for personal benefit. Yep. The other issue I've observed is tourists swimming in the water ski lane, and I don't blame them for that. They have no idea what orange and black poles mean. Yep. Most people in Wanaka, unless they water ski, wouldn't know what orange and black poles mean. They're simply the outcome of the council's absolute failure to inform and educate with signage. They are the product of that. The beach is a shared space, that they cannot swim in, that is a small part of the beach itself that they should be informed of. I fail to understand why a small section cannot be available for families of boats to use. The people who boat off the beach in Roy's Bay are predominantly those of young families, as I said, due to the ease of access and shallow enough to be able to stand in and help them. The issues we're facing here are a direct product of the council's failure to do its job. What I've seen in the submission is the laziest solution to a problem that does not exist. There's a dereliction of duty, of the council's duty to inform and educate, and it's been replaced with eradication. Yep. The simple answer to this is signage and education, not eradication at the expense of one part of the community. Excuse me, I also sail off the beach as well. Now, there is an issue, and I would suggest there is an issue with boats in Roy's Bay and sailing at the same time. If you sail, you've probably witnessed it when you're trying to hold a regatta and the course takes in part of the bay with boats coming through. I think, again, that's an education perspective. 5 knots within a distance of the boat, of another boat. Yep, 5 knots within the distance of people. So you can't either remove the people or the boat. So you need to educate and inform them, not eradicate one part of them. I think that, excuse me, over the 70 years our families have been here, being on part of this lake is a very important part of the community. You only have to drive around the subdivisions, new and old, to see the number of boats parked up. And if you go down to Ely's Point at the height of summer, that whole car park is full. There's nowhere to park. So how can this be a minority user base that you can ignore like that? So sorry, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. And look, we appreciate your submission. Councillor Tucker?
Yeah, appreciate the passion, and share the sentiment around the need for, well, maybe I shouldn't speak. I appreciate the comment around having a transient visitor population where black and orange poles may not mean the same. We recognise there are some conflicts internationally with what those signal, because there may not be consistency across other countries, for example. So I take your point around education and appreciate just the passionate submission. So thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Butler?
No, got your views across very well, thank you. No questions. Thank you very much.
Just a couple of questions from me. You made a point about signage. I mean, do you think that people read all the signs that we put up, and you know, how much is enough signage?
With all due respect, it's a very hard answer to answer, a very hard question to answer, because currently there is no signage. So we can't comment to how well it works, can we? So I think the first step is to put in adequate signage, good signage and enough of it, and then we can monitor and manage what the outcome is. But we're leaping ahead of that at the moment, aren't we? Again, we haven't put in signage, we haven't educated, so we'll eradicate instead.
And just another one, the feedback from the harbour master was, particularly the Roy's Bay one, was I think in their words, a full-time job to manage that during the peak period. So last summer we instituted a ban for 6 weeks over the Roy's Bay to get through the peak period, and it's easier to manage outside of that. Is that a valid response in that case, or do you think?
No, because you've taken away the amenity to the holiday makers that come down. I thought that was madness.
Is it?
That's the same as eradication, isn't it? You've got people that come down for 3 or 4 weeks and you've taken the amenity away, but you think you've resolved the problem, but you haven't.
And is it equally, is it valid that it takes a full-time resource to keep it safe and open during that period?
I wouldn't answer that question directly. What I'd say is we spend a significant amount of ratepayers' money here for sometimes very little perceived outcome. If it required a full-time harbour master over the peak period of 4 to 6 weeks, I don't see that's an issue. Our rates here, I pay 7 cents of rates. I'd be quite happy to put another $50 on each place to help fund that.
Okay. I think the point was that they, by having to focus on that, managing that narrow ski lane, they weren't able to educate and enforce around the rest of the users.
You're working of a resource constraint then. So take away the resource constraint and that problem goes away, doesn't it?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so excuse my pronunciation, Matthew.
Yeah.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Matthew Park and a resident of Wanaka. So yeah, thanks for the opportunity to come and have a look. I've read through the submissions, read the articles, and thanks for the clarification that some of these changes are. It makes a lot of my submission actually probably a bit irrelevant now. But I think a couple of key points I'll make today. I think, again, we've heard a lot about sort of advocacy, education, enforcement. I will be out on that boat probably twice a day through the summer. Bought a house close to Ely Point. Really, you know, family that's love water skiing. I'm an ecologist by heart, so it's a bit of a kind of a compromise. But it is when you have really well marked ski lanes and they're set in the community, the locals know about them. Yeah, you have some infringements with people, but again, some of that can be addressed through enforcement. But we've heard before, these are really important. You know, if you've got young families, if you've got novice skiers, and the lovely thing, why we chose to live around Ely Point was just that close access to Roy's Bay and all of that sort of infrastructure. If the wind's coming in a certain direction, you've got different choices where you can go and water ski. Without the ski lanes, it is actually really difficult, you know, getting young people terrified of the deep lakes kind of in behind the boat. So they do become a pretty critical tool for learning. You've heard quite a bit about, you know, where is the evidence for this? All that time I spent out on the lake, we saw harbour masters out and about. Most of their work was checking life jackets. A lot of that stuff is really important. But again, some clear enforcement, some really good signage. I echo the early submitters that you can really address most of these points with some good signage and education, you know, going to the community paper, just reminding people these are the ski lanes, these are the rules, and then a little bit of sort of light enforcement that goes with it can be really beneficial. I think the other thing we've heard from the early submitter too, just how much thought was really given to the, I guess, that conflict of boats, you know, forcing everyone into an area like Glendu Bay. It's already pretty congested. It really limits your sort of, you know, depending on the way the wind's blowing. So you've got a lot of, you know, you've got a lot of potential on water conflict with more and more boats, more swimmers, kind of really, you know, pressurising your already quite high pressure part of the lake. The other thing too, you know, powerboats are expensive and there's a lot of fuel. We've heard about the noise, but the idea of having, you know, ski lanes really close to town. One of the early submitters talked about that ability to shoot down after work, go up for a quick ski in those ski lanes, as opposed to, you know, 10 kilometres, probably $20 of gas just to shoot into Glendu Bay, just to go for a sort of simple afternoon ski. So I wanted to retain all of that sort of thing. And part of my research and coming up with a submission was having a look around other parts of New Zealand. You know, who you know, is this a sort of concern for other councils? I looked at, you know, I spent a lot of my early years growing up Lake Bredouille up in the North Island. There's 8 ski lanes there, much smaller catchment, much smaller population, but lots of fishing, you know, really popular fishing lake. And that lake has had 8 ski lanes in the same location for at least 50 years, you know, without, you know, and they tend to address that kind of conflict there. So worth putting a note about that too, that as Wanaka's population explodes, with the lots of people like me coming into town, you don't close these things down. You actually should really, in theory, be expanding them and kind of making them better, more signposted, and if anything, larger and more of these types of facilities in the right location. So those are really my key points. But thank you for the opportunity to come and say it face to face.
I appreciate your perspective.
Thanks for your submission. Can you see any problems with narrowing the ski lane in Ely Point when dropping off skiers, say, or launching?
No, not really a problem. I'd agree with the earlier submitter that it is already quite tight down there. We were using it on Friday, I think so Saturday this weekend, and you know, you're consciously in your mind that this sort of submission with this hearing is about to happen. It is quite tight. A little bit of narrowing I think would be fine down there, but again, that narrowing has to be done with sort of probably increased navigational buoys and probably signage on the beach. And again, you know, the earlier submitter, a simple thing, you know, you go out to Waterfall Bay, there is actually, apart from those like in Yellow Post, there's no one walking or swimming has got any idea what's in that area. So a couple more signs or a sign on those ski posts saying these are really briefly the key rules for in this area. That would kind of have to go, you know, coincide with a decision to kind of narrow that off.
Yeah. So
No, that was very good. Thank you. So,
just a quick question from me. That's the current sort of format of the ski lanes.
Yep.
And that's the information that's put out there. Is that a one size fits all approach, or should we have bespoke type arrangements at places like Ely Point?
I think again, all the stuff should be consistent on the lake and around New Zealand too. You know, that was one of my frustrations.
Pretty standard format.
And then you can sort of, you know, as you've heard, lots of people coming in from out of town, lots of holiday makers probably experience other lakes. So the closer that stuff is to a national system, the better. Make it consistent across all lakes.
Yeah. No, appreciate it. Thank you.
There's no argument.
All right. I think that's, yeah.
Thank you.
We're a little bit ahead of schedule, but we'll keep rolling just so we make some space for ourselves. So we've got Alison Cross and Anna Kate Hutter. So you're welcome to come up and introduce yourselves and speak to your submission. We've obviously got Neve straight after that, so you're welcome to either
we're kind of
do it jointly or
consolidating it. That's okay.
This is a team effort.
hands.
So kia ora, councillors, Jane. I'm Neve Shaw and I'm here in my capacity as a representative of the Wanaka Lake Swimmers. I'm also the swimmers representative on the Wanaka Water Sports Facility Trust.
but have not been authorised to speak in that particular capacity. First off, I want to say that we generally really approve and agree with all of the amendments that have been proposed for the navigation safety bylaw. And with that, I will hand it over to Anna Kate.
I'm just going to read. Thank you for the opportunity to address this hearing. My name is Anna Kate Hutter. I represent the Wanaka Lake Swimmers Club. The Lake Swimmers are an incorporated society founded in 2011 with an annual membership between 60 to 130 swimmers. We advocate for safe, enjoyable swimming in Lake Wanaka. I'm here to respectfully request that the red line of buoys in Royce Bay, informally known as buoy line, continue to be maintained by council. The installation of that buoy line was part of an effort in 2009 to create a safe area in Royce Bay for swimming and other non-motorized activities. This was in response to more people swimming long distances in the lake. Then Harbor Master Marty Black removed a ski lane from the Morrows Mead area and installed several hundred meters of the red buoys in the western corner of Royce Bay, an area that's relatively sheltered from wind and removed from jetties and moorings. He did this in consultation with the community board and some members of the public, including members of the Wanaka Police. Informal feedback was sought to gauge support of such a plan, and I believe a working party may also have considered the issue. Over time, the buoy line has been extended and its visibility enhanced by large red and white swim buoys. It's now popular with swimmers as a go-to training course that feels safe and visible. The Wanaka Lake Swimmers meet there weekly in the summer, and non-member swimmers swim along it every day. The line is a known, valued, and visible feature in Royce Bay, and it contributes greatly to the public safety. Similar safe swim zones are now in use in Lake Hawea and Lake Waikato. The buoy line is often damaged either by wind or by boats. In the past, if the line was loose or adrift, the club would contact then Wanaka-based Harbor Master Craig Blake, who would repair it. In recent years, we've contacted Cougar Security or the QLD services by email to ask someone to repair it. This past August, we were informed by Cougar Security that maintenance of the buoy line will become the club's responsibility. The buoy line was initiated, installed, and improved and maintained by council, and it is clearly an existing council asset. It provides essential safety and security to the many people, including the Wanaka Lake Swimmers who use it. Removing the line or failing to maintain it will make recreational activity in Royce Bay less safe. The Wanaka Lake Swimmers lack both the expertise and the resources to maintain the buoy line. And as a matter of public safety in Royce Bay, we respectfully request that council retains ownership and maintenance of the line.
Oh, and by the way, just, I should have said, as well as adding some dazzle, this is Jamie Hutter, who is the chair of the Wanaka Water Sports Facility Trust.
Yeah,
Sorry,
the Water
what
Sports
was it? Name
Facility Trust.
again?
Yeah, I'm Jamie Hutter, chair of the Wanaka Water Sports Facility Trust. We did make a submission in support of the navigation safety bylaw, but did want to echo the request by the lake swimmers to maintain the safe swim buoy line.
Lake Wanaka Swimmers are one of 3 official community organisations that are included under the Water Sports Facility Trust deed.
Yes, with the Wanaka Rowing Club, Wanaka Lake Swimmers, and Tri-Wanaka, with 300 to 400 regular users of our facility in that corner of Royce Bay.
Thank you. Also, this time. So one of the oddities, I think, is that the swim lane itself, or it doesn't have any function under the bylaw itself. You know, it doesn't have any status. So it's not a reserved area. It's not a 5-knot area. It's not excluded from powerboats. So it's really just an informality, and the same with potentially ones at Lake Hawea and wherever else. Oh, even Billy Point, there's a reserved, like a buoy line there. Do you think they should have status in the bylaw, and would that help address the issue around maintenance as well if they had a navigational? Should they be reserved areas from powerboats or 5 knots?
Well, there are the regulations regarding boats within 200 meters from shore restrict power boats to 5 knots. So there is already sort of some status for where that is. The buoy line is about 200 meters from shore.
I think
There
the
is proof.
answer is
Yeah,
yes.
it could be. I think that there is need for these areas to be better advertised, to be better acknowledged, and for people, if they are coming to the area, to be able to look on a map, like the marine safety laws and things like that, and see like, this is a swimming area, this is a swimming area. And for it to be known that boats have a certain kind of obligation when they're within a certain distance of a swimmer. And I think that's important. I think it is also important that swimmers not feel like that's the only place that they're allowed to swim. I think just that this is a good, safe place that you can go, and that boats have a real heads up that you're expecting to see swimmers in that area, that kind of thing. So yeah, I do think there's an opportunity to increase the visibility of these areas. And it sounds like there's demand for them too, because we know that there are people in Hawea who swim regularly and are wanting, you know, extended buoy lines there. And we know that the Queenstown swimmers put quite a lot of effort into securing a safe swim area for themselves in Franklin Farm.
And just to provide a little more context around this, you know, open water swimming it seems to have just grown and grown in popularity. We have more and more people presenting wanting to swim in the lake, and you know, the swimmers, most of the members, all of the members of the Lake Wanaka swimmers wear these high vis flotation devices out the back, but not all of our visitors do. But this area is also unusual in providing really, really good conditions for water use. You know, obviously during summer, recreational water use, and the shoreline of Roy's Bay is so heavily used in summer. I personally see the buoy line as being a fairly essential component for, you know, even when you're talking about, you know, kayaks, or I don't think jet skis are officially allowed to operate out of Roy's Bay, but even as far as
they are, yes.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
So there's that then.
But I mean, you rarely see them in that end of in that corner of of near the buoy line.
But it is a really good resource just for, you know, like Anna Kate said, not restricting swimmers specifically to that, but swimmers know that if they go out to that buoy line, that's their space, and you know, they're all in this place, so there isn't that crossover between more grunty lake users, shall we say, and swimmers.
Is the buoy line, does that correlate to the Challenge Wanaka course, or is it much different? So
No.
that it doesn't.
Yeah, there were years when it was kind of almost incorporated into the course, and then there were years where it was confused with the course. But yeah, it doesn't relate to it. It's too far. It's too far down.
Yeah, I appreciate the submission, and I think picking up on what you're saying, through another submission pointed out that Lake Howard took an approach of protecting swimmers in the same respect, and I imagine there's a bit of peace of mind behind a buoy line, even though you're still unable to be able to do it within 200 meters of shore. There's that sort of feeling of safety, knowing that they can't cross, and I think we've heard from other boat users as well who respect that line as well, and think that, you know, it's easy to know that it's a hard fixed safety thing. So just picking up on that point of communication, especially because of a lot of the population that don't live here, they can see a line of buoys and make pretty clear assumptions of the boundaries versus understanding. So appreciate that sentiment.
I think that the primary issue here is the ownership of the buoy line and who maintains it.
Yes,
And so the message that we got was that the maintenance of the buoy line be taken over by the swimmers. But we are a very small group with very limited resources. And really, I don't see that it's in anybody's interests to be taking on maintenance of something without that expertise.
It sounds also like a novelty that isn't consistent with the rest of the district in terms of who maintains the buoy lines. So I appreciate that sentiment. And I have written that down and wanted to see that through. So appreciate it.
Councillor Bartlett.
No, that was good. Thanks for running the questions. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's been great. And we've actually got a little bit of a break now till about 11:10. So
We're looking forward to the snacks.
yeah, McDonald's is next door. So no, thanks everyone for that session. Appreciate the feedback, and we'll be back shortly.
Thank you.
Oh, do you want to?
All right, thank you. Chris, my name's Quentin Smith. I'm the Deputy Mayor and Chair of the hearing. I've got Councillor Tucker on my left and Councillor Bartlett on my right. And you've got 5 or 10 minutes, and we're happy to have some time for discussion and questions as well. So in your hands.
Yep, thank you. Yep, my name's Chris Stewart. The first time I've ever submitted actually or spoken to a submission. Just a little bit of background of me to give you an indication of why I think I have a bit of valid points. So I've water skied to a national level in competition. I've driven boats to an international level at international water skiing events. I've holidayed and skied at Glendew Bay for between 45 and 50 years. I'd probably find that hard to believe at my age, but I've also got a house at Kelvin Heights, so we do ski and in the Arm and around Wakatipu. I've spent a lot of time at Te Anau where my parents live. I've been a professional water ski coach, so I've had a lot to do with water skiing for a long time. I've also done Ironman, so I've done open water swimming and a lot of it in Wanaka. So I get the risks involved for other users, and I also sail yachts and do a little bit of wing foiling as well. So I understand water. I love it. It's been a huge part of my life. Firstly, I assume the changes you're putting forward are to do with safety. And with that in mind, bringing water skiers into a more congested zone is completely counterproductive to making that sport safe. So I've seen a number of near misses in my time. I was at Te Anau at the time when a little girl was run over and killed, and they're always because there are too many boats skiing in a congested area. So to try and bring ski lanes smaller and make those boats closer together is very much going to make that more dangerous. Skiers are at their most vulnerable when they fall off, and that's skiers or people on a biscuit that have fallen off. So once that person has let go of the rope, really the only thing that's visible is their head. Everything else is underwater. So for another boat to see them, especially in waves or sunstrike, is really difficult. So when you bring those people, again, congested, it is really, really dangerous. In my mind, there's plenty of room for everybody on these lakes. We just have to make sure that all users understand each other and are respectful of them. So the way we ski, which is quite different, we've got a professional water ski boat. So we never start at ski lanes. We just go out deep, put our skier off the back of the boat and go, simply for safety, because I don't know what other boats are doing. It's congested. So we stay clear, but that's not what most people do. And I get that. For people learning, and that's both skiing and driving, they do that around the ski lane areas. For a number of reasons. Learning to ski, you do need help from somebody on shore, so you want that. Again, all those learners, they make mistakes like everybody. So they're the sort of issues. Some of the things that should or could be looked at to make it safer. And one of them is really easy, is putting rear vision mirrors on boats. All water ski boats that do it to a national level or to a competition level all have rear vision mirrors. The driver is the key person who is in charge of the safety of the skier. So if the skier falls, bearing in mind that the only thing then is visible is the head, even having a observer who tells him he's fallen is great, and not trying to get rid of that. But for the driver to have a visual on that person quickly is imperative to get back and provide them cover. So that's one thing that could easily be implemented for a safety thing from likes of a group, likes of you guys, if safety of the skier is what we're aiming for. You then have visual on other boats, where they are, all of that stuff, just like in a vehicle on a road. Being able to see what's behind you is almost as important as seeing what's in front, and that's exactly the same as a boat. Really easy to do. Some of the rules which you guys make and the way they're interpreted are critical to the safety. So what we tend to do is disappear from other boats, again, because you can't trust what they're doing. So you find a small beach somewhere where nobody else is, and you would ski from that. Now, at the moment, the harbour master would come and fine us for doing that because we're going too fast, 200 metres from the shore, but it is the safest thing to do. As long as there's no swimmers or other users there, it is by far the safest thing to do, is to spread everybody around these lakes rather than congesting them in a small area. So having a harbour master that understands that and then is tolerant of the rules, if there's no safety issue, then it's much better to allow that behaviour to happen. Understanding that as soon as anybody else is there, they have complete rights, and you would leave them to swim or whatever, and know that from that point on, you have to move away. So it's just understanding that. It's a little like, at the end of a cul-de-sac, children will play soccer if there's no vehicles, but as soon as there's a vehicle around, you get out of the way because you're going to lose. And that's no different than somebody in the water with a boat. Look, I don't have a lot more to say. I think I've probably said enough. The real risk is around congestion in my mind, and bringing ski lanes smaller in congested areas makes the matters worse. There's very few, in my mind, swimmers or other boat users get run over by boaties water skiing. It's always a skier or somebody that falls off. So it's somebody doing that activity that's most at risk.
Thank you, and thank you for your experience and perspective on this too. Councillor Bartlett?
No, just to echo that, Andy, thank you for your submission. It's been very interesting to hear what your experience is.
Councillor Tucker?
I echo those views as someone who's also passionate and gone to national levels for water sports. Your submission points to Frankton Beach being quite shallow and not a super appropriate ski lane. That's something we obviously support.
Yeah, look, it would be one that you could easily look at taking out of the ski lane program, I think. You find some people in there, but it isn't that good. It's too shallow for most outboard type boats, and it's the place, because it's warm, the warmest water, that's where most of the swimmers are. So to take that away, it wouldn't be a bad idea. There is, so there's room for everybody. The small one. Sorry?
Dublin Bay.
I haven't skied off the Dublin Bay one, but yeah, there are some places that if it's shallow and not suitable for boats, then it would be worthwhile to take them away. But be mindful, I think, that you should replace it with another one. So those boats that are working there, to congest them in another one that is already there, is just making the problem worse. That's the critical part of my submission, is that spreading these people out is by far the safest way for them to work.
Yeah, I appreciate that stance as well, because you mentioned about going somewhere miles away in the lake in order to avoid other conflicted users, and then technically that being not enabled through the bylaw to legally launch off the beach, which I did clarify in the meeting. So it's well communicated. So I appreciate it, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a suggestion on how we could enable beach starting off remote beaches in a efficient way without having to create ski lanes and additional signage and stuff all over the place. Is there something we can do with the rules that enables that remote beach launching without that problem?
Well, I don't know the rules part because I'm not a lawyer, but promoting that people are able to, if there's no other user, it seems to me to be fine. As soon as somebody's swimming or yachting, or then it no longer applies. So yeah, I don't know. You could put a sign up and say, left of this sign, if there's nobody else here, you may ski. But I think if people knew that they could do that without fear of being fined, and as soon as somebody else is there, that rule doesn't apply, maybe enough.
I'm sure that's the case in practice. We just don't, obviously, in letter of the law, it's obviously illegal. So
yeah,
certainly, I would imagine that Stevenson's Peninsula and Burton's Beach and even Calhoun's Beach might be skied off at plenty of times from people, but it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the behaviour of the harbour master. When he comes up, he, she, they, or their employees, and fines people for doing that, that's the piece that creates the problem. So we know that it may happen, and we know that it may not be strictly legal, but for safety, the way that they react to that changes the behaviour of the user.
Are you aware of people getting into trouble for that?
Well, we've been told that we're not allowed to do that. We've never been fined because I explained to them that we're doing it for safety. But I think if you get the wrong person with the wrong communication style, it could easily turn into that. Yeah, it's difficult for everybody.
Thank you for your input and your experience bringing to the table. So.
No, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Bye.
So Jenny, I think we've got you next, and if you're there, do you have a camera as well? Or oh, there you go. Thank you.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'm not sure whether you're on before. I've got Councillor Bartlett to my right, Councillor Tucker to my left. I'm Quentin Smith, as Deputy Mayor and Chair of the hearing. We've got 5 or 10 minutes with you, and we're in your hands. Thank you.
Okay. I think I can be quite brief. It's just I feel quite strongly about ski lanes as a great place for people to learn to ski. And it's very clear that they are ski lanes. So I don't ski myself. I just enjoy watching. I don't feel, I've never seen the area overcrowded with boats. This is Willow Place I'm referring to. Never seen any conflict with any other boat users, and I really like the fact that that's the one area they can go out fast, and it's between the boys, that they can take off fast. I don't like boats coming in fast, and the potential that there would be coming in closer than 200 metres along that shoreline. But that's basically my submission, is that I feel strongly that taking out the Willow Place and other ski lanes is totally unnecessary.
I appreciate that, Jenny, and I just wanted to highlight a point that you mentioned about how taking off tends to happen in a straight line, but dropping off seems more dangerous. Does that make sense? Do you think most of the conflict?
Well, as I understand ski lanes at other lakes I've used near Rotorua, there is one side you come in and one side you go out. You land on one side and you go out from the other side.
Okay.
Inside the two buoys that are marking the ski lane at 200 metres out.
Yeah. Okay. This not to read to anymore. I appreciate your submission. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett.
So your submission specifically mentions the Willow Place ski lane. Is that right here?
Yeah, because I live in Willow Place. I like watching it.
Okay. Blue Parade one will be a little bit further along Frankton Arms in a similar light, I guess, in your preference?
I mean, I've noticed Willow Place, we have a lot of people walking along, and we have a lot of people at the Hilton. And as far as I can see, they sit down and watch some water skiing as well. Yeah, it's just.
Have you noticed any conflict with other users of the water in that Willow Place area, particularly with other boats coming to and from the Hilton?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Wondering whether you've ever noticed any other conflict with other users in that area, particularly with boats coming to and from the Hilton?
No, I haven't, because, well, to me, the ski lanes quite clearly, they ski up the ski lane. Once they're further out than 200 metres, I don't know, but not inside that 200 metres.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time, and that's the first submission we've heard on Willow Place, so it's useful perspective for us, so thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Jenny. Bye.
Basically, it's Paul, we've got you next. Are you with us?
Oh, sweet. Hello.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us today. I'm Councillor Smith, and I've got Councillor Bartlett to my right and Councillor Tucker to my left. We've got 5 or 10 minutes with you, and we're in your hands. So thank you.
Legend. You'll see I'm not representing the Engineering New Zealand technical group, general practitioners here. I am representing the Southern Lake Swim Club, basically. We're a bunch of swimmers based at the Scout Hut in Lake Wakatipu, and between the Scout and the Coast Guard building, and I suppose also I think you've probably heard from Lake Wanaka swimmers as well. Basically, I think what we're interested in is safety of swimmers in the lakes of the area, and in a way, sort of the legal mechanism to do this. I suppose there's a lot of things gone on around the drownings in Glenorchy and signage and things like that, but I don't think those are necessarily addressed by the navigation safety bylaw side of things. I think our submission was basically, we've got a swim lane that's marked out by buoys that run from the Scout Huts down towards town for 1.5 km. And it'd be really good if we could get that marked on the charts as part of the as part of this navigation safety bylaw. I think my issue, let's say, is. Don't you hear me all right?
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify that. So,
yeah.
Are you requesting that become a reserved area from powerboats or a reduced speed area? What's the?
Yeah, and I think this is part of the issue. I think that currently it's not marked at all, and it's within 200 metres of shore. Therefore, it should be a 5-knot zone. Really, we're just looking to reduce clashes. You know, that's the bottom line. But it feels like the correct thing to do would be to make it a reserve area, as within there. But I suppose my response is to the report that you guys received that basically says we don't want to make it a reserve area because we can make it a reserve area in the future according to the maritime bylaws. The maritime rules. The mechanism for making this is a bylaw, but we don't seem to have a route for actually making it a reserve. I suppose basically we've asked if we can make it a reserve area or have it marked, and the recommendation to QLDC is just no, basically currently. And yeah, I'd like to submit that it should be included as a reserve area within this bylaw change.
Thank you. Can you clarify when you say the Scout Hall, you mean the Frankton Scout Hall or another one?
The Frankton Scout Hut, between the Frankton Scout Hut and the QLDC Coast Guard building. So Sugar Lane and that area there, basically.
Hi, Paul, it's Gavin Bartlett here. So I just had a quick question. So you currently have a swim lane. Is it marked by boys or marked by?
It is. Yes, no, it's marked by boys, essentially. Big top hat boys that were, I think they were put in maybe 5 or 10 years ago, maybe 7 years ago, and we've added to them. So there's now 11 of these top hat boys. But there seems to be no mechanism for marking where that is on any charts. So they're not marked on the QLDC maps, the boating guides, or anything like that. And they're obviously not part of the 5 knot areas here. So if we could find a legal way of putting those buoys on to something, I think the legal route would be to make the swim lane a reserve area, and the mechanism for that, is a bylaw change.
How far off the shore are those buoys? Are they a certain distance off the shore?
So the shoreline changes shape just along the Frankton track, and the buoys are in a straight line. But I'd say they are 10 to 20 meters off the shore, basically.
Do they go as far as any of the little jetties along Frankton Harbour?
They do not. There's a jetty where it's a K. It's 1.25 K from the lane, length of the lane, and it stops just short of where the big red catamaran used to be moored before it set free, if you remember that.
Thank you. So the main point you would like to see addressed is the marking of that swim lane on a chart, or
as a reserve area under the maritime rules, which says that reserve areas should be marked by a bylaw change.
Okay, thank you.
And how big do you think that reserved area would need to be in terms of the distance off the shoreline and the length in total?
So 20 meters by 1.25 K. 23 meters, something like that. I mean, honestly, it's marked physically on the ground. It's not on the water. It's there and visible, but it's the fact that it's not marked on any charts or anything like that that we're looking to address, really.
All right.
And to be honest,
I think you understand.
Yeah, you understand the principle. The same with Wanaka potentially, but they're a slightly different situation, basically, because I think they were asking for you to maintain their lane as well, whereas we've got enough funds to maintain our own lane, but we'd like the reserve area marked. Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Cool.
Thank you. We understand
all right.
Submission, and thanks for coming today.
Thanks,
no
Paul.
problem. Cheers, guys. Thanks. There you go.
So it looks like we have David and Kerry online as well. We're a little bit ahead of time, but we're happy to take you now if you're ready. And you've heard the introductions, and Kerry, you know how all this works. So we're in your hands. You're still muted at the moment. But... Are we able to unmute them at this end or not?
I don't know. It's a setting.
David and Kerry, we can see you, and we're happy to take the submission now. We just can't hear you because you've got mute on. Are you okay to speak now?
Raise your hand if you're having trouble unmuting. Okay.
Thank you. Good way of doing it.
Might have to click on their window and give you an option or something. Us to unmute. What's that do? Let's try again. If not, can you try logging back in for us, Terry, and we'll just try that. We've got a little bit of time up our hands, so no panic.
You've unmuted me, so you can do that. Well, that's not what you want, but
You can be Paul again. Good enough. You can be
must be Vivian Espy can't work themselves out.
Yeah. Thanks, Paul. Can you mute yourself again at your end, or is it?
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do on this end.
That's right. We'll try and get them back in.
Connecting to audio sounds promising.
Yeah. Got a tick this time. Oh, still got a little red thing. Are you able to unmute this time? Here we go. There it is. All right. Now we just need your camera now. We're all good.
Hello.
There you go. We got you now. We're in your hands.
Well, thank you. As you know, I'm David Mayhew and I have Kerry Gooding with me, representing KPCA. Just by way of introduction, you'll appreciate that given the nature of Carlton Peninsula, we have a significant number of boat owners on the peninsula. The committee of KPCA is representative of that fact. We have boat owners around the committee table, including Kerry on my right here. But we just should make it clear we've not taken a poll of the community given the limited consultation period which formed to inform our submissions. But nonetheless, our submissions, which took considerable time to pull together, were unanimously adopted by the committee as a mechanism for reflecting the various interests both around the table and around the community. Can I just ask the panel whether you've actually seen the written submission as opposed to the online version?
Yeah, we've just had that email through a little while ago. I've got that in front of us.
So do I, yeah. I'm seeing it now.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yes, we do have your written submission. Yes.
It's in front of us.
Good, because I just noticed that attachment C is only the online responses. Well, as you will have seen from the written submission, there were two issues we were addressing. One is the ski lanes and Franklin Arm, that's all the ski lanes and the various proposals. And secondly, the Carlisle Dam access lanes. The council report recommends changes on both issues from those proposals that were set out for consultation. And KPCA welcomes those changes, but we do have residual concerns which we wanted to just deal with today. And I'll hand over to Kerry to deal with the ski lanes, and then I'll come back and wrap up with a comment on the access lanes. Okay.
Hi everyone. Yeah, just I'm here as a KPCA committee member, first of all, as opposed to my professional capacity. I've been, as a family, we've been water skiing in the Franklin Arm for close on 20 years now. So we have a pretty good understanding of how things work and the issues that face the ski lanes within the arm. The main concern of the KPCA, I guess, is the Kelvin Grove ski lane. And the recommendation there is to reduce the width of the ski lane as shown in figure 1 of the recommended amendments. in the weekend, I went out and I actually drove my boat, pretending I was towing a skier in that ski lane alignment. And yeah, I just got some additional concerns about it. Firstly, that the reduced width of the ski lane does create a very tight turn, particularly when you're dropping a skier off. And when you're doing that at speed, if you've got a single skier on the back, you could be doing 50, 60 kilometers an hour. And it is a very tight turn to do in those conditions. If it was choppier, it would even be more difficult. So that's the first comment I have on that reduced ski lane. The second one is that concentrating it all together makes it difficult, because typically what happens is boats get ready to leave with a skier at the left-hand side as you're looking at the beach, and boats coming in, dropping in on the right-hand side. If you put those all together, it does create quite a difficult and congested area. The third issue is where the reduced ski lane is at Kelvin Grove. It is very shallow water there. It's probably the shallowest part of the whole Kelvin Grove beach. And at the moment with the lake high, it's not so much of an issue, but certainly in summertime when the lake is low, your motor can hit the ground 20 metres offshore there. So that is a danger if boats are coming in at full speed and the motor hits the bottom on a turn, you could flip the boat. And also a residual concern is it's not very clear whether towing a water skier can actually exceed the 5-knot restriction. And not just boats, but jet skis and electric foil boards in particular, both of which frequent Kelvin Grove during the summer months quite regularly. So I guess my conclusion is the recommended doesn't address all of the safety concerns and potentially causes other safety concerns as well. From my observation, the best part of Kelvin Grove for water skiing is also the best part for swimming, being that deeper area just to where the green northern ski lane pole is. It is a very limited beach there in terms of having nice amenity for picnics or families to hang out in. Too far to the south and it becomes very muddy, too far to the north and the beach disappears. So happy to answer any questions on that.
Any questions on Kelvin Grove?
Yes, Gary, it's Gavin Butler here. I do have a quick question. I don't know. I think your submission is probably based on the proposal that was put out with the draft bylaw. I'm not sure whether you've seen the draft agenda for today's hearing. There was a slightly revised proposal for the Kelvin Grove ski lane in the draft agenda for that meeting. Have you seen that?
Yes, that's the figure 1 attached to the report.
It's at page 255 of the report.
Yeah.
Instead of the original proposal was to shift the eastern pole, or the southern pole, the revised or amended proposal was to shift the other pole, so it sits the ski lane more in the middle of that beach. Do you have any comments to make on that?
So I was referring to the amended one, the figure 1, page 255. The previous one, which I think was further to the north, It certainly works better in terms of the boats because it's deeper water, but then it forces the swimmers into the shallow muddy area. So
Okay. That's good, thank you. I just, I wanted to make sure that you had seen that, and any comments for that there, so you verify that. We also had some comments to make about the Kawerau Dam access lanes, is that right?
Yes, and just before getting to that, I should reiterate that KPCA still maintains that the Loop Road beach should be used for water skiing, and that's been obviously part of the revised proposals for council to agree with that. But equally joining with the previous submission in relation to the Willow Place ski lane, we think that should be retained as well. So we support what the previous commentator had to say about that, Jenny Hughes, when she was submitting in favour of retaining that. Moving to the dam access lanes, the KPCA submission was more restrictive than the consultation proposal, and happily Real NZ's refinements, which you will have seen, align with KPCA's submission. So that is to restrict the access lanes more particularly, and those refinements are welcomed, and that's on page 260 of the journey 260 of the report's recommendation. We have there the reorganisation of what was map 3 to illustrate the hash which Real NZ proposed and the council seemed prepared to adopt. So we would only add a couple of refinements further, if at all possible, in relation to the access lanes to the Kawerau Dam. We would prefer the access lanes to extend further to the northwest, so going beyond the 2 islands at the top left corner of map 3, rather than allowing boats to come between them and the larger island below. We think that that's a better result for wash and other access noise to the shoreline. And the second one, we also again agree with the hash for the access to the left of the island for the Hilton Jetty. But again, in keeping with our original written submission, we think that should be clearly designated as for that access only. I mean, initially in our submission, we said it should be for public transport purposes, because we understood it was primarily aimed at the water ferry coming in on that route, which obviously we support. But there may be perhaps other boats that need to access the jetty, so we can see that it may be that simply saying public transport is too restrictive. But we do think the access lane should be clearly designated as access to the Hilton Jetty. Our concern here is to prevent other jet boats taking advantage of the 5-knot exception there for a bit of joyriding unnecessarily close to the shore.
Thank you. I do have a question there. So the Hilton ski lane, the one on the left of that plan, is that to provide efficiency for the boats? They can get on the plane faster and arrive quicker and stuff like that. Is that the reason for it, or is there another reason?
Well, I think my understanding was that was current practice because of the potential shallowness of the water there, where then once they go past the island, it becomes steeper again. So when they're coming across from the marina, they come up on the plane and go past that island, and they manage to get round there and then drop the speed down to 5 knots. That's as I understand it. And that was the reason why, as I understood the original proposal, it was extending the access area to include that shaded area on the left of the island.
So what's their current practice in terms of approach? Do they approach on the downstream lane, or do they approach on that left-hand side of the...
The current approach for the ferry is on the left-hand side, as we describe it in our written submission.
Exit, arriving and departing.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
They come in and out the same way?
Yes, they do come in and out the same way, yeah.
Excuse me. Any other questions? No, I think we understand that. Thank you. We had some just a mention earlier about Willow Lane. Do you have a position on that one? Oh, yeah. They supported the Willow. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. No, appreciate your input today. Is there anything else you want to close with?
Thank you very much.
Indeed.
Thank you for your time.
All right, so we've got Jonty Norton now. Yep, and so I don't know if you heard before, I've got Councillor Bartlett on my right, Councillor Tucker on my left. I'm Quentin Smith. We've got 5 or 10 minutes with you and we're in your hands. Oh,
Cool,
just
thank
one
you.
other note, just before we start, staff advised me that there was a request for some coordinates of your locations or something. Is that something you're able to provide with us after the hearing?
Yeah, I could probably provide a bit of a rough overview now by sharing screen, and then can provide coordinates later and a bit more of a detailed document. But just on that course, I will be doing sort of submitting on 2 options, on behalf of sort of myself and then on behalf of the Southern Lakes Wind Riders Committee as well. So I'll submit on behalf of myself first. So yeah, just like I'd like to introduce myself as well. Like just like Carrie, I have been water skiing in the area for close to about 20 years now. I'm actually a 3rd generation water skier. Like my nana and granddad have been water skiing on the lake since the 80s. So very well aware of the local nuances on the lake, and have really seen it get more popular over the years, and have a good understanding of the local weather challenges and all the ski lanes in the area. But yeah, first thing I'd like to point out is I am in opposition of condensing the water skiing in less areas. As we know at Calvin Grove, and it even says in the document, and it's outlined in a lot of the documents, that the Calvin Heights ski lane is identified as a high conflict ski lane. It can get incredibly busy over the summer period. And, by condensing the water skiing in less areas, one, it causes more boat wakes for water skiers, which is a less enjoyable experience, and obviously increases congestion and likelihood for accidents. And as some of you might know, during that summer period of Christmas, New Year's, you've got a lot of people traveling from out of town who are, maybe not as proficient in a lot of the rules around the area. And, you could potentially describe them as once a year boat drivers. So, there is a real need to spread the load of water skiing around the whole lake, rather than just condense it in some certain areas. So I think for me, there's a couple of things that I want to point out here. Is that water ski lanes are really important for boats of lesser power. So, you've got dedicated wake boats, but outboard boats with, less than 200 horsepower need water ski lanes in order to drop off passengers, so they can actually start with a bit, conduct water skiing with a bit more of an enjoyable experience. So the water ski lanes, like the Willow Place ski lane, is an important asset. Not only, there's sort of 2 main reasons for that. It drops off quite deeply there, and that's a real key for the lake. And with outboard water skiing, you need that sort of water drop off, and it's a lot deeper in that area than it is in Calvin Grove. I did come in and have a discussion maybe with some of you a few months ago at the drop-in sessions, and I was talking with the harbour master about why there was a potential removal for that Willow Place ski lane, and there was sort of two things sort of popped up. There's obviously the the moored boats, but there was also the potential risk of commercial activity that comes around there. And I would just like to point out that some of these commercial operators do cut that sort of that corner around the Willow Place quite tight. And, you know, one thing which would potentially be worthwhile reaching out to them is to try and keep that wider berth around there. So on for the Frankton, just to further develop like my position on the Frankton, the Willow Place, and the Loop Road ski lanes. The thing about water skiing is there's often like quite a small weather window for water skiing, and it can be within like a 20 or 30-minute window. And so for the boats that are moored in that sort of eastern end of the arm and coming from Frankton Marina, it's not always possible to get all the way down to Calvin Grove and get up for a water ski. Like we do need to sort of jump at the moment, and that's why those Willow Place and Loop Road ski lanes are really important. You know, the weather does change quickly, the wind comes up, sun goes down, and you know, removing those lanes closest to the marina and moorings, there's a bit of time lost when we've got to drive all the way up to Calvin Grove. You know, I think there's also like a little bit of importance by, you know, if we were to remove the poles at the Willow Place one, you know, it will potentially cause a little bit of confusion with obviously the legacy users of the lake and others who have been using that particular ski lane on and off for the, you know, for the past 20 years, but might only use it once or twice a year, those with holiday houses or those who come up for the Christmas, New Year's break. By having the poles erected, you know, it does establish a bit of an authority and conveys instructions, you know, that they must be followed. Like I would think if the poles were to be taken down, you know, people would still probably naturally want to water ski there because it is the best place in the eastern side of the lake. So, you know, I think as an established user of the lake, you know, we also play our part in educating new users. So to have that sort of authority of having the ski poles there also helps us educate new users in the lake. So yeah, I think it is really important to keep it, keep them there and keep it as a formal ski zone. That's pretty much my opinion on you know, my position, sorry, on the ski lanes. Are there any questions from you guys?
Yeah, just a quick one. You sort of indicated it was quicker to ski there. Where are you launching?
Where am I launching? We're in Willow Place, so we've got a boat on the mooring in Willow Place.
All right. Okay. So you go from a mooring and use the Willow Place lane rather than going up to Calvin Grove. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And that's similar with a lot of people from the Queenstown Marina too, where lots of the boats are actually kept.
Okay.
No questions on that.
Councillor Bartlett?
No, that was good. I did remember meeting you actually, Jody, at the drop-in session.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you. So you're moving on to the Wind Riders Club now, is that right?
No, I'm going to talk about the Quarry Dam access lane as well. So I think there's you know, having lived in Willow Place on and off for, you know, close to 15 years or so, we've got visuals on that Quarry Dam access lane like quite a lot. You know, we spend a lot of time looking at it, maybe the most of any sort of people in the whole lake. And you know, a couple things there. First off, it is quite close to shore. Like you know, the biggest opposition that I have for it is that it combines recreational and commercial vessels. It is a very tight spot that you guys are proposing, and it would also create a bit of a blind spot because it is two-way traffic. So if you've got both river users, sorry, both commercial and recreational river users going up and down in quite a tight spot with a huge blind spot, that being the willow tree, there's way more opportunity for head-on collisions, and it's just completely not really that thought through. It's you know, it's having seen a lot of activity there. You know, it's nearly already an accident waiting to happen with the way that the $1 million cruise comes so close to that willow tree across the current sort of access lane, and then the commercial water taxi coming through at high speed as well around that corner. I'd also like to say that there are multiple boats on moorings nearby, with some, being disproportionately affected, being very close, and with a blind spot, potentially encouraging river users to make a wider berth around it. Then some of these boats on those moorings are disproportionately affected, being on the edge of that the proposed high-speed accessway. One thing also, for including that the high-speed accessway is open for recreational users, I think, most of those recreational users using that are actually jet boats if they're going down to the shallower water in the Quo Bridge. So there's absolutely no need for them to have deeper water, because it's always about a meter of water in that whole area there. So there's actually no need for a high-speed access lane in that deep water, in the blind spot, closer to shore, and closer to those moorings. One other thing, actually, that I've sort of noticed as well is there is a handful of crested grebes, which are endangered ducks nesting in that particular willow tree. So that's obviously a cause of concern as well. Having seen a few mating pairs being there as well. So with I think they're on the potentially some endangered list, but they're the ones that were the bird of the year, the sort of birds with the mohawk. But there's a handful of them in those trees as well. Cool. That's all I've got to say.
Predominantly talking about the western access lane that is not as we're talking about as the Hilton access lane in that case, the one where they come in and out and around that corner.
Yes, correct. So at the moment, what's the current position at the moment? Because I know that the water taxi uses it to get up on the plane, and I think that's completely fine if there's one commercial operator using it. But if you're opening it up to the general public, then it's going to be like absolute carnage, because it's such a small little access lane, and with that blind spot of the willow tree, there's just bound to become an accident.
So in the Upper Clutha, we have a ban on jet boats in the Upper Clutha between the Albertown Bridge and the outlet between December and April, but two commercial operators still operate by resource consent. Are you suggesting that type of arrangement occurs here, that provision only is provided for a couple of operators who operate under a specific provision?
Yes, but I'm pretty sure I would think that happens currently at the moment, but because they're allowed to come in quite quickly, or they do anyway. They come in very fast to that willow tree there, so I think it's. I would think that's already happening, but
extends up there. The current access lane extends that far already. The reconfiguration of the upstream downstream ones allows us to remove that strange shaped block.
So are you saying would the under the proposal that high speed would go all the way down to the Hilton? Is that the idea?
No, it's only that, as I understand, it's only that piece at the very western side of that, and on the western side of that willow tree.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think it would be fine for the Queenstown water taxis, but any other like commercial, recreational users, it's like just a recipe for disaster.
You support the view by exemption that we only deal with it by one or two operators, yeah.
Yeah, a single operator, I would think, yeah. Or yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Thanks for your submission and your experience, Jonty. It's really helpful having the nuance of your experience in the area. One of the things I want to pick up on your submission, because we've heard a lot about ski lanes, was your support for the notification for the Harbour Master of events. Just wondering if you could elaborate any further on your views on that.
Yeah, that will probably be behalf on the Southern Lakes Wind Riders. Are you saying as a recreational water skier?
Well,
Or
I don't know
is it my position as the Southern Lakes Wind Riders Commodore?
on the clock, and that's your time, your 10 minutes now to speak on Southern Lakes Wind Riders, so maybe it's better to.
It's up to, yeah, we want to spend the time, but if we've got Wind Riders, will be interesting to hear from. So.
Yeah, maybe it just segues into your next time slot.
Yeah, I think it does. I think it probably doesn't affect me as much as a recreational user. So yeah, speaking again on behalf of the Southern Lakes Wind Riders Club, there's a few clauses to the bylaw that potentially don't take into consideration the nuances of operating a wind-powered vessel like kite surfing, windsurfing, and newer sports like wing foiling and hydro foiling with a kite. On most occasions, we operate very close to shore as we launch from shore and need to exceed a speed greater than 5 knots in order, one, to operate our craft safely, two, to make sure that we're staying away from other users on the lake and other obstacles on the lake, and to get onto the plane, which is our form of being on the foil or getting to a speed where we can actually control our craft in a safe manner. I think on all occasions, like we are seasoned, watermen and waterwomen, so we naturally take into consideration other swimmers, vessels, and crafts. But not only for the safety of others, but for the safety of ourselves as well. On many cases, we need to cross paths within 50 meters of each other. Just one for communication out on the lake. Two, we are often kite surfing and windsurfing and wing foiling in pairs, so we're looking after each other communication, and sometimes picking up each other's boards or other bits and pieces. And this is often done in the excess of 5 knots, sort of potentially like it is in sailing. So yeah, overall it's for safety and communication purposes. And I think there's obviously some little nuances of how we operate our sport that would mean that we were actually doing it illegally, or we would be breaking some of these rules in this navigational bylaw. So there's one in particular. There's a couple of these little things I'm just going to bring up. Okay, so there is. Okay, so no person may, without reasonable excuse, propel or navigate a vessel at a proper speed greater than 5 knots within 50 meters of any other vessel or 200 meters of the shore of any structure. And it doesn't apply to a vessel operating in a reserved area. So we're sort of got two options here that I can see. And that's option one is asking for a few zones to be declared recreational wind sport zones. And that would be in quite certain areas, which I'll hand over the GPS coordinates. And that would be at Kingston, Jardines, Carvin Heights, Frankton Beach, 1 mile, 25 mile, Rat Point, and Glenorchy. Or we could propose another amendment that it's for kite surfers, wing foilers, and windsurfers moving through a launch and transition zone. And that's whereby wind riders are moving from land, like at a designated launch spot, out to the open water. And I'm more than happy to provide some GPS coordinates to either launch and transition zones or possible recreational wind sport zones. So yeah,
so what you're arguing is that's like a launching or a landing area, so to speak, so that they're only foiling or exceeding 5 knots when they're approaching or departing from the beach, but they're not flying around in there doing dives and tacks and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then potentially, I mean, the 50 meters of another vessel, like naturally we do that all the time because we're riding a bit of wind swell together. So whether there's a clause that does not apply to wind riders, because we're obviously practicing our sport in a safe manner. Naturally, we're not going to crash into each other, but there are times where we will become, closer than 50 meters, and we need to be closer than 50 meters within each other. Sorry, from each other.
I understand that there's exemptions within the bylaw and the maritime law for events under Yachting New Zealand and rowing, for instance, or special provisions made. I know that wing foiling is administered by Yachting New Zealand, but is there any connection? Do you guys have any connection with them as an organisation?
The thing is, what happens with us is, we do for organised races, but 90% of the sport that we do is not actually organised because it's so dependent on the weather and how windy it is. So it is just recreational use. It's a recreational sport rather than a more organised, structured through Yachting New Zealand. Like there are some events which will fall under Yachting New Zealand, but for the most part, they don't.
Saying it doesn't make it easy for those exemptions to apply.
It doesn't make it easy for those. No, no, exactly. Yeah.
Questions? Oh, sorry, keep going.
Oh, no. So that's that part of it in terms of the 50 meters and 200 meters of shore. And then the other part that we were potentially a little bit wanted to submit our opposition was the carriage of communication devices as well.
Yeah.
So I'll elaborate on that, and then maybe we can wrap up with a couple of questions. But the idea that we would have to carry two forms of communication is a little bit cumbersome for how we operate, because it is quite like a high impact sport. And often, we're jumping between 10 and 20 meters in the air, and to have, a PLB and a cell phone, strapped to you can actually potentially cause a little bit more damage to us than hot carrying them. We typically want to be carrying absolutely minimal accessories apart from impact vests, padded wetsuits, and in some cases helmets. PLBs and cell phones could cause more harm on impact. We, as a club, we do operate under a, don't be venturing further out than what you could sort of swim policy, and always kite with a buddy or a spotter. So we don't do that much sort of solo kiting. That said, if we are doing things like downwinders, where we are, out of the side of others, and we're, traveling right into the middle of the lake, about 15, 20 kilometers in distance, then we 100% support the rule of carrying two communication devices, and already practice that with us as well. So we suggested adding potentially, it's a sub-clause, does not apply to a person participating in a wind riders activity within a declared recreational wind sport zone, operating no more than 400 meters from the beach. So within a swimmable distance inside a wind sport zone.
Thank you for that. Any questions, Councillor Tucker?
I guess it's just to have the original question about the events.
Yeah.
Just if you can elaborate on the events aspect.
Yes, I think in terms of events, like we find, because we will sometimes have organized events, things like a downwinder, or times where we will have a bit of a weather window that we won't call before 24 hours for the event. So it's very difficult to basically give enough notification to authority or the harbour master for some of these events, because they are very spur of the moment. I would be more than happy to put forward a health and safety plan of these potentially planned events, weeks in advance, saying these are the potential options, but we can't give you guarantee of what way the wind is blowing in a month's time. So, I'm happy to give notice, but to give specific note, like it's a sport that's reliant on the wind and the direction of it and the speed of it. So a lot of the events that we are planning are at mercy of that, and following that structured sort of notification process can be difficult for us in particular.
That's understood. Are you aware of how the communication issue is dealt with around the country? Are there in terms of other wind sports? Do they
like in terms of being very involved with the kiteboarding sort of community up in Auckland for 10 years. It's a sort of similar thing. No one's carrying any communication devices when they are doing it recreationally and close to shore and with a buddy. But as soon as we get into the more downwinding, which is when you're operating nautical miles offshore, then for sure it's sort of we operate within you've got to be able to swim home. If you can swim back to the beach, we don't think you need to carry a communication device. But if you are venturing further offshore, then then two communication devices are absolutely essential.
Well,
no, that's very good. Thanks. The only final question I had for you, or acknowledgement I had for you, was I noticed in your application or your submission that you mentioned you'd lost the initial text you'd written when you clicked on a hyperlink that
I did end up forwarding that through, and they I think they fixed it, but I'd written it and then you clicked a hyperlink and it actually took you out of the main. It didn't open in a new tab, it opened in the current tab, so I'd spent about 40 minutes writing something. Luckily I had time to refine my point.
Thank you for your time. And just the only other point is that if you you was talking about wind sport zones and wind sport launch sites, if you're able to provide coordinates or
who should I send that through to? I can do that right now.
Just through the chat. So I sent an email to John T. Can't see. I sent an email, so by Steve.
So Luke Place you've had an email from him?
Yeah. Sorry, look, last name?
Place,
cool. All right, I'll send it through.
Email address.
Yeah. Oh, what's the email address quickly?
Luke.place@qldc.govt.nz.
Perfect. Cool.
And that'll be useful for us to consider in our deliberations. And I'll signal probably that we haven't consulted on any specific wind sports zones or wind sports things, so there may be an issue as to whether it's within scope of this current review. But your point's taken on board. It's something we can consider potentially in the future, or something that we may not, and we'll get some advice on that, have scope to make that change now.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it is huge. Like just even on Saturday we had 45 cars out at Jardine. So it's which is out at Jack's Point to make the most of the win. So it's becoming not a small sport in Queenstown, and people, it's actually becoming a bit of a world-class destination for it because the summers are just so windy. So I can sort of see the sport only growing in the future, which is exciting for us. But yeah, potentially if we're restricted by any of these rules, it might be a little bit harder to do it safely and following the rules.
One of the benefits we do have is that, from my experiences, you don't tend to conflict with other users like water skiers or swimmers, because you're looking for the windy, wavy conditions and they're looking for the flat, calm conditions. So we've got that running.
Yeah, 100%. And it's within and we've got a pretty precise, as soon as it's 15 knots or over, that's when we're heading out. So it's definitely not time to be swimming.
Cool. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you very much, guys.
We now have a break until 1 o'clock. So thanks everybody for. Matt, Holly, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So we're just reconvening after a lunch break. Thanks everyone for joining us. Our first submitter for the afternoon is Matt Hollier. If you can turn your camera on, that's useful for us, Matt. As per this morning, we've got 5 to 10 minutes for the submitters. What we're, as a panel, are really interested in is understanding the safety issues, the proposed solutions, and any potential alternate solutions really that might come about from the from your submission. And so please introduce yourself and your interest, and we're in your hands.
Very good. I appreciate your time. Matt Hollier is my name. I'm a boatie in Queenstown. Also have a mooring on the lake, so I've been through a little bit of interaction with council with regards to boating provisions over the last wee while. I grew up doing a lot of boating on Lake Wanaka, and in recent times had my own kids doing boating around Wakatipu. So I don't know, can't claim I'm an expert in these things, but I've used both lakes a reasonable amount. Look, first of all, I think it's just crazy that we're looking at an opportunity that's going to restrict recreational opportunities in this district. Sporting facilities are already stretched. You've got a huge amount of population growth going on. So any consideration for reducing opportunities for people to actually do stuff seems like council's trying to get in the way of, one of the reasons for being in this part of the world, which is to get outdoors and do good stuff. I appreciate you need to consider safety factors, but look, education and doing things properly is pretty clearly the solution to all this stuff. And look, this is also reasonably frustrating because 2 years ago, there was a review done on ski lanes, and it just seems to be exactly the same questions asked again. And looking at flicking through the submissions that you've received, it looks like you're getting exactly the same responses. So I don't know why this is even being reconsidered at this time. 2 years ago, you asked questions about ski lanes. Nothing's changed as far as I'm aware. So why is this happening? This bylaw should solely have been looking at the other things that I appreciate you have to do every 5 years. But the other matters around boat licensing, jumping off bridges, all that sort of stuff, that should be the only stuff that's being considered. So I think it's a bit crazy that ski lanes are even in there. But my point, I think you've got it in the written thing as well, is just stop restricting stuff. Keep it as is and make them work properly. In terms of the only other thing, in terms of the safety side of things, look, it seems quite lazy wording that's gone on around the provision of waterproof communication devices or packaging around communication devices that provide a waterproof factor. I get it that you should have your cell phone in a plastic bag or something waterproof when you're out on the boat. I know one of the submitters said that's a general guidance from Maritime New Zealand anyway. So do we really need a bylaw to cover this stuff? I think it's just more words that unnecessarily needed to be contributed to what's already a reasonably well set up system. But to have two things, I mean, I've got a radio mounted into my boat housing. I can't waterproof it. It's in the boat, and plenty of other boats are the same. So just a bit of common sense here, and and also the definition of a boat or a vessel needs to be clear. I mean, you go out for a paddleboard or a kayak, you're really expecting two things for communication devices to be taken out. I think just some common sense and looking at the practicalities would be a sensible thing to do. That's kind of all I have to say. I'm happy to take questions or hear about any other feedback that's gone on earlier in the day that might have covered off that.
Thank you. Thanks for your points. And I think, well, firstly, that a number of these are being discussed and are relevant as to things we're considering. Are you aware of the changes that are proposed to the draft bylaw after the submissions were received? Have you read the latest report? So not all the ski lanes are proposed to go now, is the short answer to that?
No, but any reduction in any ski lanes is stupid. The lakes come and go in terms of height. I see one of the points was about Franklin Beach, for example. I mean, right now you can boat there perfectly well. And when it gets a bit shallower, it might be limited to jet boats or jet skis. So I don't see why you're even looking at removing any of them. Make them work better and make sure that there's signage and information on how to use it. Plenty of people don't know how to use them properly.
Thank you. Councillor Tucker.
I appreciate the candor and then participating, making submissions and feedback. So nothing much more to add, but thank you.
Councillor Bartlett.
No, thanks, Matt. Read your submission and pretty clear on your views there, so that's great. Thank you.
Is it your view that the small craft like wind boilers and wing boilers and paddle boards shouldn't need communication devices at all?
Yeah, I mean, it's nonsense. How would you use it? You know, if you fall off your paddleboard and you're flailing in the water, I often take my cell phone out and just say, you know, I've got it in the thing. But if you fall in the water and it's in your life jacket pocket, I mean, it's not a vessel, right? It's a flotation device or something like that. There's no point having guidelines and that sort of stuff are sensible. But when you actually got a law, it means you risk being fined. Or, you know, you got people jumping up and down about making rules about somebody when the rules shouldn't need to be enforced when there's so many other things to worry about. I think you're creating a rod for your own back in terms of the compliance expectations that you put on other people, like your harbour masters. So, yeah, anything like that, it's just nonsense.
Thank you. I understand your point. So, if there's anything else?
I just really hope that from a process point of view that the community's listened to on this. It seemed to have been listened to 2 years ago when the ski lane stuff was done. You know, those of us that put our hands up and write submissions make the time and effort because we like to participate in the local democracy and the local systems that are in place. So I hope that the words are listened to, and I appreciate not everybody's word is taken as and fully agreed with, but if the sentiment's there that you're sort of going in the wrong direction with some of the stuff, it seems pretty sensible for you to follow that rather than the report writers that may or may not be as well attuned to actually what the point is of having fun and doing some good stuff and having a sensible level of safety. But you can't control every single risk on this planet, so I don't pretend to.
I understood that. What I can assure you is we are listening and taking on board the submitters. So thank you.
Excellent. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
All right. So Eamon Young. Thank you. Got 5 or 10 minutes and introduce yourself and we're in your hands.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, no, I haven't been here this morning, so I'm not up to speed.
You only have to be here for your submission.
Okay. So I'm here to express my objection to the proposed removal of the ski lanes, specifically in the Wanaka region. Obviously, you know, I'm probably like the last guy is, I don't agree with removing any of them, to be fair, but I'm more concentrated on Wanaka because that's what Wanaka is affecting, obviously me. I'm here as a parent, got a young family, nine-year-old daughter who's a keen skier for the last 3 years, and then my son, 5, is still yet to learn to ski, but is keen to get him out there. For me, the ski lanes provide a crucial designated area for water sports, ensuring safer interactions between skiers, wakeboarders, and other watercraft. Removing these designated areas and requiring young learners to start at least 200 metres off from shore introduces significant safety risks and undermines their ability to learn in a controlled and supportive environment. New skiers, particularly children, often require assistance from holders to help them stabilise and build confidence as they learn. This support is most practical when starting closer to shore. Nervous learners, especially younger children, feel more secure starting closer to the edge where they can easily see the shore and feel reassured by their supporters. Expecting beginners to start 200 metres offshore is simply impractical and unsafe. By removing the ski lanes, the council is forcing beginners into environments that are not conducive to safe and effective learning, creating barriers for families who want to introduce their children to water sports in a safe, controlled, and enjoyable manner. Next point is to do with accessibility and practicality. Travelling further up the lake to find a secluded beach is not always feasible, particularly for larger groups or families who require easy access to facilities and amenities. Proposed removal of the ski lanes creates logistical challenges for those who rely on the convenience and central location of Always Bay. For larger groups, transporting equipment, passengers, and other essential stuff further up to the lake is both time consuming and practical. It often requires multiple trips or use of larger vessels to ferry passengers and gear to remote areas. This is obviously increases fuel usage, costs, and environmental impact. This additional effort is a significant deterrent, particularly for casual users and families who do not have access to necessary resources to support such arrangements. Weather conditions on Lake Wanaka can change quickly, creating safety risks for those travelling longer distances to find suitable areas for water sports. Strong winds can make it more difficult to return to ramp safely, especially for those smaller vessels. Roy's Bay provides a relatively sheltered and easy accessible area for families and casual users that can engage in water sports without added risk of getting caught out by the weather conditions. Restricting access to vital space unfairly impacts those who rely on the convenience and safety of others. Safety it offers, sorry. Roy's Bay should remain accessible for everyone, not just a select group, to ensure Lake Wanaka continues to be an inclusive space that caters to a wide range of recreational activities. So my third point is to manage through education. I recognise that Lake Wanaka can become particularly busy during peak times, such as Christmas school holidays, when an influx of visitors place added pressure on the lake's resources. Managing multiple user groups during these periods can indeed be challenging, but simply removing the ski lanes is not the solution. Instead, proactive education, seasonal management strategies could effectively mitigate conflicts and ensure that all users can enjoy the lake. Proactive education of the lake rules and responsible behaviour is crucial. Clear signage, information campaigns could help promote awareness and understanding of designated zones, speed limits, and general lake etiquette. By encouraging respectful and informed behaviour, many of the current conflicts could be reduced without resorting to drastic measures like removing ski lanes. Lake Wanaka's weather plays a significant role in the dynamics of its use. Lake conditions can vary significantly depending on the time of day, season, and lake users vary significantly with it. Peak holidays such as Christmas could be managed differently from quieter times of the year. Implementing temporary measures during these busy times could help balance the needs of all users. Outside of these peak periods, these restrictions could be relaxed to allow more flexible use of spaces like Roy's Bay, ensuring that year-round enjoyment for locals and visitors alike. And just my last point, my research indicates that QRDC is obligated under the Marine Transport Act 1994 to help ensure maritime safety and to provide an environment where everyone can safely enjoy our waterways. The removal of the ski lanes, which were originally established to create structured and safe zones for water sports, directly undermines this responsibility. By eliminating these designated areas, QRDC is failing to uphold its duty to prioritise the safety of all lake users. I strongly urge the Council to maintain a safe designated zones for various water-based activities, as this aligns with the Council objections under the Act. Doing so ensures the Lake Wanaka remains a safe and inclusive environment for recreational users.
Thanks for your time. Are you aware that following the submissions, the staff are now recommending that Ely Point and Waterfall Creek are retained?
No,
okay, so that's, I suppose, a change from when the original proposal, well, potential change, that's what they're recommending to us now.
Yeah, sure.
You mentioned that the Roy's Bay one, that you're reasonably happy with the seasonal restriction, so the 6-week ban that was in place last year, did you think that was a reasonable?
Yeah, well, we didn't think that it was unreasonable. We can sort of understand that. It's pretty hectic down here during that time. So
but it's still midwinter water skiing.
Yeah, well, I mean, we get a short window, don't we? Yeah. Like, even today, it's a beautiful day out there, but you'd have to be still probably keen to get in there because the lake's only 14, 15 degrees, right? So we get a short window, but the longer the window we can make it is obviously better. But if there's a compromise there, I'm sure that we can have that. Yeah.
And when you take your family out, what's your choice? What's your preferred location?
We don't really have a preferred actual. I mean, depending on what way the wind's going, doesn't it? To a point. But we do use Roy's Bay, but we'd probably only use Roy's Bay maybe 3 or 4 times a year.
Yeah.
But it's nice to have it there available. Other times we do go up the lake, we do use Glendew.
So we talked a little bit too about, I suppose, decentralising or decluttering some of these more these busier spaces, but at the moment it's not legal to launch off the beach on
That's right.
on Stevenson.
Yeah, quite right.
For instance,
Yeah,
but
you still technically you're supposed to go out 200 metres.
that's obviously, if there's no other boats around, is a reasonably safe thing to do, would you say?
Well, well, everyone's doing it. That's I guess,
Yeah.
and but the law doesn't permit you to do that.
Yeah.
Quite right. Yeah, which is quite ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, which might actually put more pressure on the
yeah.
stewards to do that.
If the council was going to uphold that law, which I guess technically they probably should be, but I don't. That's another. I suppose that's another argument. But that would become yeah, it'd be quite difficult, wouldn't it? Yeah.
All right, Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you very much. I have any questions? Your submission, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your comprehensive submission and coming and speaking. It's really appreciated. And your point is very popular. So
okay. Sorry about that.
The other thing you didn't answer in terms of vessel identification. Do you have any stance on?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'd actually encourage that. Yeah. I mean, I've been involved with jet skis, or years ago, racing jet skis and stuff, and I've seen it in other communities around, and that seems to work. So I don't see. Like, I think it is important that every vessel is identified by someone. So then, when there is a problem, you can report it.
Yeah. And
I think that's the biggest issue with it at the moment. When someone is being naughty, it is hard to identify them.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your time.
Cheers, man.
All right, so we've got Ross Young. I'm not sure whether you're related or not. Or...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He just hasn't got grey hair.
Thanks, Ross.
Yeah, no problem. Well, my name's Ross Young, and I think I've been pretty fortunate to have been in this Wanaka area since 2009, full time, and I've boated on Lake Wanaka since the late 60s. So I've been here quite often, and we've had our own boat now for 47 years. Not the same boat, but a boat. And after reading the ski lane analysis, I was extremely disappointed that there's a very high possibility that all 3 lanes in ski lanes in Royce Bay may be removed. Now, I believe this is being very short-sighted with QLDC and their so-called expert advisors when you take in the number of power boats and personal watercraft that visit particularly Wanaka over the summer season and holidays, and the fact that not all will want to travel further up the lake. And one of the things that I think that you have forgotten about is the locals. And what I say that is that the younger families that people work, and I know from October through to probably March and even early April, it's surprising the number of people that are down on that foreshore or Ely Point or around Waterfall Creek that after work go down and have a picnic. And I think as the previous, as Eamon said, it's just not practical to go up the lake. And it could be, and as we all know, the best kept secret in Wanaka is the wind comes up predominantly at 2 o'clock in the afternoon or thereabouts. So anyway, the other thing I need to say was that we all need to share the lake. It's there for everyone, and in particular Royce Bay, because it's so easy access, and it would be such a shame to see any of those places shut down. But to further enhance for the safety of all users, it's now time, I think, to look at the pad watercraft using QLDC waterways to be registered and be given ID numbers. This may well pull a few errant boaties and jet skiers into line. And I think when you think about it, if they've got the responsibility, someone can ID them very quickly, that they may well, say, pull into line. And along with information pamphlets available to all lake users, this is swimmers and people that do passive sports, as supplied in the past. I don't know whether that's still available. The main beach, which is on the lakefront here, I'd like to see that remain as is, with a closure, say, from around 23rd of December through to the 10th of February. I've just done this year, as that falls after Waitangi weekend, and that's normally the busy period around Wanaka. So I think that's important, and that carries on like it did last season. But anyway, the other thing is, if anyone wants to ski from this point down here, they've just got to go out five knots to the 200 metres, and then they have to ski or do whatever water activity they want to do behind the boat
from there on and the same coming in. The other one was to bring the ski lane, particularly in this one down here, I've measured it, bring the ski poles into about 75 metres apart. So when you've got the takeoff area, you're going out at 90 degrees to the buoy, which is going to be on your right shoulder. And when you come in, if you open that up, instead of having it at 90 degrees to about 135 degrees, you're still not encroaching on anyone's swimming area, and you're giving them another 70, well, it's 180 metres at the moment. So you're giving them about over 100 metres of extra water space. So if you open that up, when a person comes around, if they're running parallel with the shore, they can come in quite nicely and don't impede the person that may be taking off and turn and then flick their skier or whatever off. To move boat, well, this is the other thing, to move, if there's appears to be a problem with some of the businesses, particularly the ones that have got the passive water sports, that there's a safety issue. So they've either got a problem that they're not educating the people that are using these craft, or what they should do is go down to the water, move their businesses down to the water sports facility area. There's a perfect area there for them where they can get access in there with their trailers and work from there. That's why the council went to such a degree to put that facility down there. There's swimming down there, there's everything. So even the long distance swimmers can work down there. The signage, I think no swimming between the ski poles, correct rotation for takeoff and drop off for whatever activity you might be doing. Ely Point, this area should stay as is with extra signage, no swimming between the ski poles, correct rotation for takeoff and drop off, and swimmers to use the designated swim area, which has been conveniently done with boys. Why they don't use that area, I don't know. This area has excellent parking, very poor boat launching, gravel. I think the QLDC could do with providing a double concrete ramp there, which is well overdue. And considering the number of users, this will also take the pressure off the main ramp at the marina. And for me, for one, I'll launch down there, any of those two ramps, but I won't take my boat out there. I know a gearbox on an outboard or props are quite expensive, so I'd rather come back to the main ramp. So that just puts extra pressure on the ramp at night when you're coming home, and particularly if the winds come up. Waterfall Creek, the same thing, leave it as is, two options, or move the ski lane above Waterfall Creek as it sits now, perhaps 100 metres up from there. And if you'll find, if you're going in a northerly direction on a takeoff, you're not going to be impaired by the island and the 400 metre or the 200 metre navigation rule, 200 metres from the island and 200 metres from the shore. You totally miss that, and then of course they're coming back down parallel with the shore to drop off. So I think that's important that they do that rather than leave it where it is. And as far as the area, again, this place has got excellent parking, very poor boat launching area, gravel. Did have a ramp many years ago, but I do hear that broke up.
There, under about 5 metres of gravel, apparently.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it'd be quite easy with a front end layer. That's how they used to clear it when I used to come here in the 80s. So they could do with providing a double concrete ramp here, which is well overdue, considering the numbers that use the area. And the other request, which I didn't put in there, but I'll put it in, would QLDC consider sealing the road down Ruby Island Road as it's used all year round and not just for boating. It's a very popular area.
We actually have a submission from Alan Dippy around him
You
paying.
offered to pay for half of it, so there you go.
He said he'll pay half for sealing that road.
There you go. Like it, to be honest, we've lived over that side since 2000, not permanently, and we frequent down there walking and that, and the dust down there is unbelievable. This is a very exceptional year this year. We've had a lot of rain, but normally you can't see the place for dust. Anyway, I thank you for the opportunity to present my views.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And as per the last submission, just so that you're aware that now the recommendation is now that we retain Ely Point and Waterfall Creek.
Yeah.
But not Roy's Bay. Do you have a view on Dublin Bay?
No, well, I have skied around there, normally from the concrete ramp by the house, that's all. But I think as a boatie, it does get quite shallow in there, but you can read the water, you can see where the shallow bits are. Yeah.
So maybe at higher water levels.
Well, I wouldn't ski out of the bay. I would ski probably closer to the entrance to Stevens Arm. Yeah.
Okay.
But it is quite a nice area to ski.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, your point's also taken around the Ely Point boat ramp. That was something that unfortunately couldn't be delivered due to costs. And there was some problems with it getting buried in the same way that Full Creek that had to be included in it. But I think in principle, like I say, your view is shared widely, and I appreciate you participating in the process. It's been really helpful.
But the other thing is with the Ely Point, I know it's awkward, but there could be a few bushes moved out of the way and tuck a ramp around the side there somewhere. I'm sure it could be done.
Yeah, I think everyone I've heard we go, you know, Howard's got a great boat ramp. Everyone just wants to copy paste that into the point. As a resident of Howard, I completely agree. It works extremely well. So.
Yeah, but you have got to admit the marina that we've got here at the moment, it's fine, but there's hardly any parking.
Yeah.
And if you're on your own or you've got kids with you, there's no way you can park there. What do you do with the kids? You've got to walk all the way back from Ely Point. Yeah. So yeah. Well, I look forward to that.
Yeah, well, I can assure you I've been a strong advocate of the Ely Point boat ramp.
Yeah,
so,
we're very supportive and seeing.
So you don't think there's any possibility they'll retain the one down here?
No, Roy's Bay. Well, look, it's all open to the case. I mean, I think we've heard from yourself and a number of others that the summer closure is quite effective.
Yeah.
And seems to be appropriate. So, you know, we can have a look at that and see whether that's worth retaining or whether it's worth closing completely, but we'll look at that. And it's certainly on our radar.
But if you narrow it up between the ski poles, it can definitely be done. I've skied on rivers that are only 50 metres wide and we've got them going in both directions. 10 to 15 boats working out of there and no collisions. So long as everyone is aware of the rotation and how it works, drop off and take off.
Where I grew up, the water ski racing on the river was quite a big thing. They follow the river.
That's it. All right. Thank you for that.
Did you have any questions? No,
that's good. Thank you. Sorry.
That's all right.
Something
We've got Hamish Ruddle next. Coming along, you've been a bit earlier, so I'll be raising your hand.
Yeah, well, my name's Hamish Ruddle and been water skiing most of my life, me and my family. We actually submitted on the the engagement back in 2022 when this was first brought up. We did our own research into reducing the size of the ski lanes. You know, obviously it's a very popular activity down here. Does get very congested. And for us, it was just like, well, reducing the size of the ski lane just was crazy. You know, it's like you need that room to operate, especially when there's all that congestion. You know, your ski lanes actually extend further out than what you see on the beach. You know, it's the whole system, people taking off, people landing. So you need that space, and when you get few boats in there, it's like reducing the size of the ski lanes just sounds ridiculous. And yeah, I was pretty disappointed. We were never notified that this was back on the agenda. The last time we talked about this, it was pretty much summarised that reducing the ski lane size was not appropriate, and that biggest factor seemed to be lack of signage and lack of education. And so yeah, we were never notified about this coming up again. Trying to find the information about it and even trying to make a submission is extremely difficult on this council system. But yeah, so I'm opposed to the removal of any of the ski lanes in Royds Bay. You know, it's a great place for when the wind comes up. Ely Point, Waterfall Creek is a nice sheltered area, and in all they actually work really well. And this perceived conflict, you know, is you know, I don't see any data for that. I don't know where this has actually come from, but as users of those ski lanes, it's like we see very little conflict with swimmers. You know, if there are swimmers in the ski lane, gentle reminder that how it all works and where the swimming areas are tends to work pretty well. But yeah, for us, it's the lack of signage. You know, it's like the lack of education. The harbour master or Cougar security, you know, we're out in our boats there a lot, and it's like we hardly ever see a presence from them. I don't know that there's been any swimmers fined for swimming in the ski area lane. And yeah, I think the Cougar security just doesn't have the resources to really get out there and educate people. Signage, you know, it's like the signs need to be where people are entering into the ski lane. Like the signs on Moores Bay are actually facing the wrong way. So you're saying that, you know, people are coming in from this newly developed lakefront. They don't even see the signs because they're facing the wrong way. So how are they supposed to know what's going on? So better signage, better education, better marking in the water, and yeah, not the removal of the ski lanes in Moores Bay. That's not the answer. It's just going to drive the congestion elsewhere. So so yeah, that's my submission is to leave them how they are.
Thank you. Any question?
I don't think so. We should submission, and I really said take pride and look at the boat and worry about naming it.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, we like the informal nature of it. We don't want to become you know, this is all enforced, you know, you get fined for doing this, you get fined for doing that. I think education is the key. You know, it's a nice relaxed nature. We're all here on holiday. You know, we don't want it to become really enforced, you know. It's like, I think you need to start with the education first and get a presence out there, you know. It's like, so yeah.
Councillor Bartlett?
No, that's very good, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your time today.
Thanks for participating.
So we've got Christine Hetherington next. Oh, we're on Zoom, sorry, yeah. From Lens. We've got 40, so we're 10 minutes early, so that's no surprise. We do have Doug Fraser. Doug, are you happy to go early?
Yep, thanks. Yeah, quite happy to go early. Yep, just hang on, I'll close the door. There, can you hear me okay?
Just give us a moment.
Every day.
It's not. Is it? There's a light on the multi-box. Oh, is it? You press that reset button. At the moment, we're having some technical problems. Connected.
No, it's got, you know, I connected everything that I think is possible.
Have I got everything right at my end, or are you not hearing me?
Yeah,
Sorry,
just
yeah.
just a moment. Yeah, no one.
Yeah.
That's a good voice. Better? All right.
Yep.
Okay, thanks, Doug. We're right to go now. We're in your hands. We've got 5 or 10 minutes to chat with you. I suppose, firstly, you're aware of the amended recommendation from staff around the ski lanes?
No, I haven't caught up with that, sorry. No, sorry, I haven't caught up with that. Does that affect what I have to say? Or, yeah.
Well, it does to a degree. So the Glendew Bay East ski lane reduced, this is the new recommendation of staff, reduce the width of the ski lane by approximately 50 metres at the lakeshore and shift it away from the informal boat ramp area. Keep the outer ski lane markers at a wide angle. So effectively, they're talking about a flared ski lane, so the outer markers remain the same, I believe, just the inner markers move. Is that correct? Yeah, I'm getting a nod here. So if that, yeah, I just thought I'd make that clear. And otherwise, we're in your hands.
No, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today. So, as you're probably aware, I'm here representing the views of the Glendhu Bay Campers Association, which was incorporated about a year ago now. So there's over 200 members that we represent, and it was formed with a view to the new leaseholder going in at Glendhu Bay. So yeah, we do have some safety concerns given what's proposed at Glendhu. It's great to hear that there's a renewed change in the recommendation on the east ski lane, because that's exactly what we were looking for, was to see that 35-degree angle to allow boats to come in and out, and essentially that gives more room, even though you're reducing the beach frontage by the 50 metres. So we would strongly support that recommendation. So I suppose one comment, I did come up to the drop-in session in Frankton in October because of our concerns, and the interesting thing was I identified that there was no formal report that around safety issues, so it was difficult to understand why there was the need for to reduce the number of ski lanes, because all I would comment in general terms, other than just at Glendhu Bay, if you reduce the number of ski lanes that are managed by the harbour master, you're just going to force people out to unmanaged areas, and perhaps that could be an issue. I'm not sure. At Glendhu, it's interesting. Just listening to the previous submitter, I would echo his comments of the low visibility of the harbour master in recent years. There was a time when the harbour master would come along every second day virtually when we were at camp during that peak season on his jet ski with a flag on the back, and talk to people and give them general guidance on how the ski lanes and swimmers, particularly the issue was swimmers in the ski lane, because the skiers tend to be police themselves. So I suppose that brings me to, so the big issue in my view, echoing the previous submitter, improved beach signage and buoy identifications. The buoys should be on that 35-degree angle, and I would suggest have a flag on them with the ski lane labelling on it. And the buoys that indicate the 200-metre zone, I think they just confuse the issues, because they're not out at 200 metres because of presumably that they wouldn't be able to fit them because of the depth. Just a comment. But I think the big safety issue is around Hampshire's threat to remove boat storage, launching and retrieval off the beach. And obviously some land-based issues there, which I reflect in my submission. But the really significant safety issue is around retrieval of boats when the lake chops up, which is quite a common occurrence and can be a daily occurrence. And under the current regime, and it's the way it's been for the 72 years I've been at camp, the white caps roll around the corner into the bay, and you can have 30 or 40 boats go onto their trailers in just minutes, and people will be up at their camps having a cup of tea or a beer or whatever they want to do, and everything's safe. But if you're confining it down to this one boat ramp and a couple of informal boat launching areas, getting all those, could be 30 or 40 boats off the beach in quick time is going to be problematic, and I believe will have detrimental safety effects. There's already queuing up at the one boat ramp and swampings, but if you just magnify that by many times by taking boats off, particularly the east end of the camp, you're going to have major safety issues. And the interesting comment is that Hampshire are blaming QLDC for it, and QLDC are blaming Hampshire. And really, as a camping association, we really want to identify who's responsible. And we would ask you, the panel, to take some leadership on this and get on top of the issue. So happy to answer any questions.
Well, firstly, thank you to useful acknowledging that the change is supported by you. to the ski lane itself. And I suppose secondly, to acknowledge that although we understand and appreciate your concerns that the parking and informal boat launching isn't something that is covered by the navigation safety bylaw, so it's not subject to this hearing. Obviously, we've spoken and you have spoken with other council staff around that other issue, and we'll continue to pursue that. So, Councillor Tucker.
Yeah, no further questions from me. Thank you for being a part of the process and submitting and speaking. It's clear, so appreciate it.
Councillor Bartlett.
No questions, but no, I met you at one of the drop-in sessions, Doug, and thank you very much for coming to that and for presenting your submission, and your point about the beach launching and retrievals. Obviously, as Councillor Smith said, it's been noted, and I'm not sure where that's going to end up, but we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, I mean, I can confirm that I've spoken with the council property staff and about that issue and the council reserve staff. And yeah, we can continue to have that conversation. So thank you.
It's just that if there is major issues and there is health and safety issues, which I think there will be, we need to identify earlier rather than later, who's responsible. Yeah. And, the navigate when the boats are out on the lake, I would have thought that would have been sort of into your field, in terms of this navigational bylaws, getting the boats off the beach, because my understanding was that QLDC were going to upgrade the boat launching ramp area some years ago and had budgeted for it, but it just never occurred. And it's just got this bottleneck now. And you've got a lot of very experienced boaties there that, in all my experience, have never had any ski issues. But if there is an issue of getting the boats off the water, that is a major issue. And it'd be great if we could sort that out before this Christmas holidays about who is responsible, because I have some real concerns where Hampshire are leading this issue.
Yeah, noted. And thank you for that. Is there anything else?
No, I think that covers the main issues. So it's just, I suppose the only sort of closing comment was that the Overseas Investment Office wanted the camp to be retained in its current state with this current way that it's managed. So it's a magic place. We feel very fortunate to be able to spend all our lives going there every Christmas. Along with all our family coming down from the North Island and the like. So it's important that we retain that special nature of the camp and it just doesn't become commercialised and we lose that Kiwi camp thing. So like the last guy, we don't want to have a whole lot of rules and regulations. We just want to keep that special nature of the camp going. So thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. Much appreciated.
Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, thank you. Have we got Christine Hetherington here now?
Yes, I think
she's online.
Christchurch.
Christchurch, okay. Hi, Christine, how are you?
Good, thanks.
We've got Councillor Bartlett on my right and Councillor Tucker on my left. I'm Quentin Smith, I'm chairing and Deputy Mayor. We've got 5 or 10 minutes and we're in your hands.
Fantastic. So I'm Christine Hetherington. I'm a planner with Bothamist School. So I'm here on behalf of LINZ. I have with me Jordan from our office, who's one of our biosecurity consultants. And then we have Jordan Lasonby and Tracy Burton from LINZ here as well. So what I'm going to do is just very quickly run through the basis of the LINZ submission and the reason why it was lodged, and then Jordan's going to has got just a few images that he wanted to work through with you. So pretty much you're probably well aware of the role of LINZ and its responsibilities in the district, and particularly the work it undertakes in relation to biosecurity. So the reason LINZ lodged a submission on the bylaw is that it's viewed that potential spread of invasive pest species can unreasonably interfere with the ability and safety of the public to pass along a waterway, and therefore it's considered to be a navigational hazard. So LINZ undertakes a number of works within the Queensland Lakes district area, which I'll just get Jordan to go through and briefly highlight now.
Awesome, thank you for that, Christine. I'm just going to share my screen. Is everyone able to see that? Is that coming through?
Yeah.
Awesome. So just a very quick overview on the work LINZ are doing within the district. So we're working in 3 lakes, Lake Wanaka, Lake Wakatipu and Kawerau River. And within those 3 lakes, we're spending approximately 1.5 million per annum. Queenstown Lakes District Council contributes to that around $40,000 annually. And the program's been going for around 20 years. So these are just some of the navigational hazards caused by the biosecurity threats and issues. The first one here, we've just got surface reaching weed in Lake Dunstan. So this is outside of the district, but this just highlights what can happen if the weeds are allowed to get away. Very, very difficult for any boats to be able to navigate through here safely. And the substrate within this particular part of Lake Dunstan is very similar to that in Frankton Arm. So very similar conditions, and the likes of somewhere like Frankton Arm could easily turn into this without the work that we're doing and potential ongoing work as well. Another navigational safety hazard there is obviously the weed getting sucked into intakes and caught in props within jet boats and other boats there. So the boats can't move if they can't get water through them. And also then the boats are able to spread the weed around if they are taking fragments through to other parts and other water bodies. And this is just an example here of where we used to have some surface reaching weed in Paddock Bay and Lake Wanaka. So on the left there, 2005, definitely quite a large weed bed there, which is you're not going to be able to do much through there. And then on the right hand side there, 2014, no more surface reaching weed beds. What you can't see there is the weed under the water, but as of present, there's no invasive weed species within the area. There's only very small fragments, but no large weed beds. And then one of the tools that we do use to deal with this is Hessian matting. So Hessian matting is laid over the weed, it suppresses it. Last year, in the past 4 years, in those 3 lakes, we've laid around 37 hectares of Hessian matting, which is around $2.2 million worth of labour and as well the material itself to be able to suppress some of that weed. So very briefly, the rule changes that LINZ were wanting added, preventative measures, and also formalising sort of some handshake agreements that already exist with some jet boat companies and the likes. So the first one there is we were wanting recognition of the Hessian buoys that we've got, which protect the Hessian matting. So obviously a lot of money is spent on that, and we're wanting to protect that asset and just have ensure that there's actually wording within the bylaw that specifies the Hessian itself, just to ensure that we are getting that protection for the Hessian. The next one there is just preventing plants coming into the region. So this is for people to not bring in plants caught on trailers and any ballast water within the boats. We know what weeds are in the region at the moment, but there's a lot worse weeds in the North Island and other regions that we don't have in Otago. So definitely keen to try and keep those out. And that was what this rule was aimed at doing. This rule here was with regard to events and ensuring that the harbour master, when they are approving events, that they do have a biosecurity lens to look at the events. So that might be if there's a multi-water body race or something like that, that the harbour master looks at that with the lens of, okay, if they're going Dunstan to Wakatipu, why don't we reverse that round and we'll go from the cleanest lake to the dirtiest lake. And that photo there is just illustrating some of the preventative measures that they're implementing in the North Island, and that's around the golden clam, and that could easily make its way down into the South Island and into Otago, and we really want to prevent that, and this law would definitely give some more oversight to the harbour master with regard to biosecurity. And finally, so this was mentioned earlier with regard to the switch-off zone on Kawerau River. This is an informal agreement with the jet boat companies where they switch off the engines before going from Kawerau River back into Frankton Arm, and that's just to prevent any weed that's stuck on the intake grills and that once they turn off the engine briefly, that drops off, and then when they go back into Frankton Arm, that there's no weed on the bottom of their boat, so that when they're turning off in Frankton Arm, that weed's not getting deposited in Frankton Arm and then potentially seeing the earlier image of Lake Dunstan there. So that was it from us. So a lot of information.
Yeah, that was a very quick snapshot. We thought it might be better if we try to explain some of the outcomes we're seeking to achieve through a few images, particularly as they relate to your local lakes. But yeah, happy to take any questions that you have.
Yeah, thank you. And look, thank you greatly for the work you do in controlling lake recycling, because we do, yeah, we've come a long way in controlling that, particularly in Lake Wanaka, and really appreciate that work. I suppose just for me, I'm just trying to understand whether this is truly a navigation safety issue or whether there's a separate, is this the right mechanism to be dealing with it, or is there, and I take your point around engines blocking up and stuff, but is that, yeah, where's the navigation safety risk, and how do we really embed that in this bylaw appropriately without, yeah.
So, well, I'm a planner, obviously not a lawyer. I mean, my interpretation is that it is a potential, the spread of invasive species is a potential navigational safety hazard, and particularly can interfere with the ability and safety of the public to pass along a waterway. So, as a non-legal expert, I mean, I consider that there is room for placement of such in the bylaw. But as you're probably well aware, I mean, the bylaw is one of a number of mechanisms available to address this issue. LINs spend a lot of money and time submitting and developing other protocols and agreements to try and address this issue as well. I mean, this is one of a toolbox of measures available, but we just consider that, given the significance of the issue in the district at the moment and its potential threat, well, to not only navigational safety issues, but also, as I'm sure you're aware, wider the potential effect on ecological and landscape values, which your district is valued for, and which you obviously try to protect, that there is scope for dealing with that within this bylaw. But yeah, it's part of a toolbox, I guess. I mean, if we could give you other information on other mechanisms that LINS has developed and works with QLDC with and other local groups, including jet boat groups, if you would like to discuss that any further.
Yeah, well, just speaking out loud, I mean, I think that there might be room to embed some of this in actions within our climate and biodiversity plan, for instance, action plan. So I'll take that up with council staff as well. That may just provide a holistic view of how we deal with that. But councillor question.
Yeah, thank you for your submission and for speaking to it, because it was quite a comprehensive submission, and it's nice to have the nuance. And I think it is really helpful in that same respect. When you're talking about events and the leadership of the harbour master, and whether it's sequencing or whether it's ensuring proper practice, your point is well captured in terms of how to influence at different areas. And I think whether or not it ends up in the bylaw, I think we'll take it on board and look for practical options that we can ensure that we're doing everything we can to help support the work that you're doing. So thanks for making the effort to be a part of this and sharing the work you do. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for hearing us. We appreciate that.
Sorry, just another one more.
Yeah, thank you for presenting it. It was obviously an important issue, so it's good to be aware of it and the proposed solutions that you're, not really solutions, but mitigating measures for it. So yeah, we'll take it on board and see where we can fit it. And I did wonder too whether there's any other sort of legislation that you might work under that you might be able to employ to introduce these sorts of restrictions. But no, I'm not a lawyer either, so I don't know.
No, and I think the point is that obviously, I mean, QLDC invest in this issue as well, and as well as LINS. So it's just, I guess, trying to work together to try and address the issue, to make sure that the problem doesn't get worse, and to make sure that, I guess, invasive aquatic weed doesn't spread throughout the district. So, I mean, LINS are more than happy to discuss it with you further in other forums, or to work with the harbour master and discuss other mechanisms that might be available. So I guess it's probably just the opening of further discussions on the issue, but important enough that Lynn's considered that it was essential to submit on this and spend the money and time to do that. And as I said, I mean, I think there's merit for including some of those measures in the bylaw, but obviously that's at your discretion. So.
Yeah, as I said, we're totally on board with the cause. Just trying to work out the best path forward. Obviously, you guys are engaged with the Lagra Siphon Control Group as well, I take it.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, and and making the time to zoom in for us today. So thank you.
No
worries. Thank you.
Thank you for hearing us.
Cheers.
Thanks. All right, we're waiting on Don Edmonds, so we'll just on Zoom, so we'll just take a couple of minutes till he zooms in. On Wednesday, it's relatively easy because you can go into that description of the event approval. No, not. It's the easy part. No, isn't some of those.
Yeah, hi John, it's Jane Robertson here from Future Lakes Council. Are you planning to join online soon for the? Yeah, we are actually running a wee bit early. Yes, if you could do it. Sure. Okay. Right. Thanks. Bye.
It's a bit of discussion. Yeah. Time. Just do it.
It's about fun.
Yes. Okay. So I obviously just had a quick chat with John. Thought out somewhat because we are a little too early. He will join as soon as he sounded as if he was driving.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are only 3 minutes in now, so that's all right. I'll get flow too, actually. $1 million cruises, but this one's different. I don't tell you, this was my daughter's birthday on the weekend. We were out at the river. We had the hot tub out the Matugi. Is it inflatable? No, it's like a gas bubble. I was thinking for it for friend deal. It's really good to look at the small. Actually, I got a flat tire this morning. Oh, yeah, in the car. It's like, I managed to get 20 PSI into it and drive it around to the.
Yeah.
A little option on this, so I could deal with bikes and stuff. It's an electric one. Just 10 minutes or something. It's not there, which is the main thing. Yeah, it's literally very high. That's in the morning, but it didn't in the end. Got a time to get out there. Thank you. Since I've kind of looked at it, I'm like it. Yeah, it just came with. Yeah. Yes. I've done this, I'm gonna drive to, Cardiff and Wednesday, so. Yeah, short work. Who else have we got here to speak? Who's already here? Have we got Gavin, Gillian? No, Ronald Clearwater. Oh, Jeppo, Steve. Oh, yeah, cool. That's no drama. So you guys are ready at any time, really, well, after they're for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be, yeah.
Yeah, so I could.
The normal times. Yep, that's cool. And is there anybody else who's expecting to speak or talk to today? No, everyone else has either been or observing. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, Julian.
Yeah. I'm tempted, Gillian, are you with us there?
I'm here. Hang on. Just will start.
How would you feel about running early? Would that suit you?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. We've got, you've got 5 or 10 minutes and we're in your hands. Councillor Bartlett, Councillor Tucker, Quentin Smith here to hear you, so.
Hi, Quentin and everyone else. Thanks for having the hearing. So I'm in the car, I'm just driving up to Queensland, so we've just stopped. So I haven't got my notes with me, but basically I'm just going to confine my speaking to a very defined area around Willow Place, where we have lived and voted for the last 20 years. And I'd have to say that in all that time, we have never witnessed any conflict. There's a couple of crazy people on jet skis occasionally in the middle of the lake, but they don't normally zoom around the willow trees or close to shore. But we have a very good vantage point. We look over to the marina and can just see that whole end of the Frankton Arm. So, you know, so I think we've got a pretty good view and experience on what happens there. So we are very avid and users of the Willow Place ski lane. And we can honestly say we've never had a conflict. It gets busier, yes, at Christmas, for about 2 or 3 weeks, when you might see 3 or 4 or maybe 5 tops boats there. There's never a conflict with children there. Everyone's always been very respectful and it's been very easy to handle. And what I do note from my vantage point looking at the marina is how the marina is about to double in size. So why we are thinking of removing all pleasure from the bay by restricting or taking out ski lanes is utterly beyond me. It just seems to me that this whole thing has been written with the commercial user in mind, and perhaps input from the harbour master not wanting to have anyone use the lake at all. So from my vantage point, people just don't use the lake enough, and we should be encouraging activity on the lake and people to use their boats. It just seems to me completely counterproductive to do or follow the recommendations that have been made in reducing the width of ski lanes or taking them out altogether. So that's my first point. The second point, we do acknowledge that there is a deep water lane between the willow trees and Willow Place, and we do observe the ferry using that. But if that was to become the standard deep water access for the jet boats, it brings everyone incredibly close to Willow Place. And that particular point, it is a recreational user area, and there's boats going in and out, and there are boats moored, for example, our boat. So, and there's not much vision, so to have an up-down lane there just seems crazy, because it just is inviting collisions and things like that. Also, there are crested grebes that we observe regularly nesting under those willow trees. And next there is the noise factor, because we can always tell when the ferry is coming, because the noise reduction as it enters the 5 knot zone is just huge. And it's great, because it means we can run down and catch the ferry in time, because we know we've got that extra couple of minutes. So I could comment wider, but I'm not going to. I'm going to leave you guys to ponder that. Just leaving things as they be would actually suit me. I'm usually
Just lost you briefly. Julian, we've lost your audio.
I just think this is lost my audio. Has it come back?
Back again now.
Okay. It just seems a retrograde, not a forward-looking step. So As I said, I'm normally an advocate for change, but actually in this case, I want you to leave things be because I don't see any advantage in those two moves. One, taking out Willow Place ski lane, and B, making that high-speed access between the willow trees and the end of Willow Place.
Okay,
Thanks.
as I understand it, so I understand your point on the ski lane. The other one, as I understand it, is there's already part of the access lane that extends into that area. And, you know, it's really just a reconfiguration. The question is that appropriate for all users? Is it appropriate for just ferry operators, or is it not appropriate at all? And do you have a view on that?
Well, I'm very happy with the ferry using it. I just don't think other people should be using it because it's just too close to the road. It's going to increase noise and it's going to increase conflict because you're going to have an up-down area there where only the ferry really uses it. And so it's one way.
If we could find a way that just the ferry operator or one or two operators were subject to that, would you'd roughly support that?
Ferry
No, the ferry only, but I don't really want the ferry to increase its speed. I like the fact that the ferry drops the speed into that 5 knot zone. So I don't want that to be high speed access at all. And, you know, people just don't use these things responsibly. So, and I just think it's arrogant because it's actually a gentle, quieter area there and people walk and use it. Do we need to have Yahoo jet boats down there? And they're Yahooing up the lake, that's fine. But Yahoo terrifying the natives? No.
Your expectation is the ferry service should drop to 5 knots before it reaches the Willows, is that right?
Well, there's a 5 knot zone there now, and it drops and goes through at 5 knots in between the Willows and Willow Place. That's what its route is now, and it's fine. I don't want it to be zooming in there at high speed.
All right, thank you.
And it doesn't need to.
No, thank you, Gillian. Thanks for your submission. I just had a question. Have you noticed with your use of the Willow Place ski lane, have you noticed in the past any encroachment on the ski lane by swimmers or kayakers or any other conflict with other boats, you know, against those that are using the ski lane for its purpose?
Well, as I say, I've never experienced.
We're losing your audio again.
I think we're losing you again, Gillian. I think we understand.
You've actually got a very good vantage point. It's like 4 times a year. Can you hear me? No.
We're losing you a bit. Look, I think we understand your submission. So we might leave it there, but thank you kindly for calling in and we understand your point. So
okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Still definitely losing you. All right. Next up, we've got John Evans. You got 2 submissions here, John. Sorry, we just sort of bumped Gillian forward a bit to make things work. So yeah, you've got 10 or 15 minutes for your submissions, and we'll in your hands.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for hearing from us. The first submission is in relation to float, and I guess you had a chance to read the submission. It's a reasonably straightforward matter, I think. What I can do, I'm not sure if you can do shared screen or not.
We should be able to. We have done.
Okay, I'll try. I've got a. Is that? Are you all able to see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Great. Okay, so I mean, it probably helps to have a bit of context. Float is a proposed sauna activity that sits on a fixed pontoon. So there are piles that it will be fixed to. So it's non-motorized, can't go anywhere. Will take quite an engineering feat to move it off its piles. It's effectively 2 sauna units and a small plunge pool that's created inside the confines of the pontoon. And it's obviously there for sauna people just to jump in and out to cool off. There's also a shower or just simply sitting on the cooling off by sitting on a seat. But that pontoon sits within the place of 3 existing berths that were created, 20 odd years ago now. So that's the. Sorry, I'm overlost. Yeah. Can you still hear me okay?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Sorry, I may have dropped out there. Anyway, that was the proposal. Unfortunately, my computer doesn't like sharing and me talking at the same time. So the submission from Float is pretty simple, and that is that it simply seeks to exempt itself from the bylaw for fixed pontoons that are not navigable, that don't move on the lake. And there are a series of potential restrictions, including licensing, that would otherwise apply to a commercial vessel. And Float is saying it's not a commercial vessel, it's a fixed pontoon. That structure, all of Sonoma Wharf, which is just outside of Queenstown Bay, has a lease with the Crown, and that will. So there's already conditions that attach to that operation through its lease with the Crown. So the relief is fairly straightforward, I think, and it's just the introduction of the term fixed structure, and then ensuring that a fixed structure is exempt from being a vessel. There were a couple of other ones about wearing life jackets and the ability for participants to swim in and around, which obviously there's no provision to swim outside of the pontoon, it's only plunging inside the pontoon. Hope that all makes sense.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, my understanding would be it'd be an activity or a structure requiring resource consent opposed to a vessel under the bylaw anyway. So I'm not sure there's any change required in the bylaw itself. Staff may or may not confirm this for us now or later, but that would be my understanding.
Yeah, it's the obviously it does require resource and it's going through that process at the moment. And that will have a bunch of conditions that it will have to comply with. The idea here is that it shouldn't be subject to any additional unnecessary restrictions. So it's not.
Well, it's not defined as a vessel. I can't see how it could under the bylaw.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, there's floating wharfs and jetties that some of which council own that are not dissimilar. Yeah. Anyway, we can work through that. We understand your concern, and we can work through that with staff. Yep.
Okay. So if there's any questions, happy to answer.
Are there any other questions on that point, or we'll just move on to the next one? Yeah.
No, I had the same question, so I guess we'll take some further advice on the ins and outs of that. And really,
I had a couple of loose nods from staff while I was saying that, so I think we're on the right track. So, but anyway, we'll work through that.
It was probably just more.
I might just invite Luke, please, just to speak to that briefly now.
Yes, so through chair. So paragraph 65, paragraph 65 of the hearing report directly addresses the submission made by Mr. Evans and Float. And so we didn't see any, either activity wasn't specifically subject to, as you suggest, some of the things that were concerned, or it's appropriate that they are subject to the provisions in the bylaw for navigation safety reasons. So yeah, I'll just direct that paragraph.
Okay, thank you. All right, on to $1 million cruises. Thanks, John.
Okay. So the next submission is on behalf of $1 million cruises, and I online you'll see Paul as one of the people. Paul Button as the CEO. He's just simply here to observe, but answer questions if they come up. I also have with me Troy Bunting, who's the skipper of the $1 million cruises. Who's going to join me, and he can also answer any questions you have about any details of operation. The nub of this submission is that $1 million have 2 resource consents. The report mentions one of the resource consents has a condition about review clauses. The other consent doesn't have that same level of review ability, if you like. Those 2 consents are both live, and currently $1 million operate the 2010 consent, but they can operate the 2007 one as well. The cruises basically depart from Queenstown Bay and head down Frankton Arm currently on a scheduled basis, and the key turnaround point is actually just upstream of the old Carwell Bridge, and the only way in and out of that area is through the downstream access lane. And Mr. Place was given an aerial overlay of the access lane and the approved route from the resource consent as a bit of further information dialogue to be had. So the submission points are really to try to protect an existing activity, and currently the access lane suggestions and various other restrictions pose quite a lot of risk to that existing commercial operation, which is the only scheduled sightseeing trip on Lake Wakatipu. So it would put that entire business under threat. So it's quite important.
So just to clarify, so on page 260 of the hearing report, there's a map that we've been provided, which includes a hashed area between the 2 access lanes.
Yes.
To provide for you guys to do your U-turn between those. Does that satisfy your concerns as it's now recommended in there?
So when I had a look at that map, it's got a hatching area between the downstream, upstream lanes?
That's correct.
And I understood from the officer's discussion of the real NZ submission that there was concern that boats were in that area that may not be visible to downstream jet boats. Have I misunderstood that? I didn't pick up, sorry, Councillor, I didn't pick up from the report that was an area that was set aside for $1 million.
Well, maybe the staff could clarify that for us. What's the hatched area between those 2 intended for?
Yeah, so the area, the hashed area in the green circle on figure 2 that you're referring to. So Real NZ requested that be within, or as part of their relief, their submission, they requested that area be retained in the access lane. But on further advice, taking further advice from the harbour master, we were alerted to potential navigation safety risks behind that willow tree between the 2 existing access lanes, that if there was somebody resting in that area and if they popped out all of a sudden, there was people, vessels travelling up and down the upstream and downstream access lanes, there could be a potential conflict in that area, collision potentially. So by having all of that area behind the willow tree and the hashed area in figure 2 within the access lane provisions would kick in from resting, vessels from resting in that location.
Right.
Therefore, so the purpose of the access lane is you have to move through and not sort of linger and
So it's proposed to have the access lane, but the stopping in it wouldn't be permitted. And presumably you guys want to stop there to talk about the history of the Kurrawa Falls Bridge, do you? Is that?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct. So we come into that area, we have a unique photo opportunity that our customers can't get with any other provider. We use that area to talk about the history of the Kurrawa Falls, offers and customer service, and then turn around and exit as due to the draft of $1 Million 2 and any other vessels we may operate, we can only enter and exit that area through the deep water channels that you can see in the overhead photograph. Additionally, the hatched area, as it is currently laid out, there are a series of buoys that are in that area that would inhibit our ability to navigate. So expecting boats to remain in that area, potentially subject to winds and currents, with those additional hazards to navigation, would not be a suitable outcome.
Okay. All right. I think we understand that point. I'm not sure what the solution is at this point, but we'll work through that. Have you got a recommendation to us or a solution?
Well, yeah, obviously we've got quite a few points of submission there that suggested some changes and amendments to the bylaw, which haven't been picked up on. $1 Million is more than happy to meet with council or council representatives to fine tune some of these restrictions, because it appears that the access lane restrictions are getting proposed to be increased rather than decreased. And so we're happy to keep working with the council on this. The other matter that I guess is of concern is that the proposed access lane was previously effectively a down and an up access, downstream, upstream access lane, and that was all that there was. And it's now been expanded to be an additional grey shaded area that extends right across all of the islands, past the Hilton Hotel to the Deepwater Channel to the west of the hotel. And there doesn't appear to be any obvious rules or clarification as to why that enlarged area has been identified. It appears to impose more restriction on $1 Million than less restriction, and that's obviously of concern.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything further?
No, I don't think so at this point. Obviously, the invitation is there to keep talking. I guess the only other point I would raise would be one of that clause 45.3 in the bylaw, and I'll give you a moment if you want to find that. So I'll have to click. Provides a reasonably open-ended discretion to the council or to the. So. Sorry, not 45.3. Sorry, I've got the wrong one. No, don't worry. That was a different submission point. No, that's probably all from us at this stage. Sorry, that was a different submission matter altogether.
So council, is this correct that you're referring to the council may grant permission to any person to use or occupy a structure subject to terms and conditions, including payment of fee?
Yeah, that was actually in relation, there was a matter I was thinking about in relation to the float proposal, and just the fact that it gave the council unfettered discretion post granting a resource consent to determine whether or not it would be given effect to, which I felt was unfair.
Just to clarify your current operation, you enter through the downstream access lane, but you cross into a no man's land in between. Is that right? And stop there? Is that? And then you enter the upstream lane on the way out. Is that right?
That is incorrect. We do not exit on the upstream lane. So, sorry.
So we're just looking at the other one.
So as you could, so our route comes through the deep water channels. So starting from the furthest left point, we're coming from that deep water channel. On the top left, we come all the way down through the deep pool, past the Hilton, take a left-hand turn, come through that deep water channel that's above the high water, above the high bed. We access down the downstream lane. We stay on that side, so in that area, and I say also on that side of that series of buoys that are installed in that area. And then we will execute a turn and we will exit through the same methodology. We cannot exit any other way from that area of water due to the draft of the vessel.
The draft of the vessel, but is that not contrary to the existing access lanes?
In terms of how the access lanes are written at the moment, there is nothing prohibiting moving in the opposite direction. It simply prohibits resting on specific sides of it. In that downstream lane, we are upstream of it. The wording is that the downstream is where you would be prohibited from resting. Off the bridge. Yes, and that operation has been in place for, well, since the founding of the company by Wayne and Betty, getting on for 20 years ago, and has followed the same route the entire time.
Right. Okay. All right. It's interesting. Look, we'll go back with staff and work out if that can be accommodated. It seems unusual to me that you're accessing upstream through the downstream lane currently, but I'm not sure how that sits within the wording of the bylaw. We'll have a look into that too. So.
Yeah. Yeah. So as Troy said, it's been in place for almost 20 years now. The bylaw in that vicinity seems to work reasonably well, and the necessity for change doesn't seem to be justified.
Can I just ask, just for clarification, on the submission, you've included a copy of the map from the resource consent, I think, which shows that route in and out. With an annotation of the 5 knot area. There's some white squares in there. Are they anything physical? Are they buoys or something, or are they just shown on the plan only? 3 white squares that you sort of circle around.
The 3 white squares are plan only. They're not representative of anything that is physically present.
So yeah, so I can see on that you do enter it into what's normally known as the downstream access lane, and then turn to the right, and then come up sort of on the edge of it, back around the willow tree on the deep channel.
That's correct.
Yeah. Councillors, did you get the overlay that I provided? Which
by email?
No, there's another one, Councillor, of that's the MTOP. There's an overlay that I provided Mr. Place with the access lanes and the resource consent route overlaid on one another.
Yeah, look, if there's anything we don't understand, we'll come back to you on that, but we're confident we've got everything we need.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you, and thanks for your time today.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Gavin. We've just had a slight shuffle, so but we've got you now. If you're ready to go.
Yeah. Can you hear me at all? Let's see if I can get my video going now.
Thank you. I have Councillor Bartlett on my right, Councillor Tucker on my left, Quentin Smith as the chair today. And we're in your hands for 5 or 10 minutes.
All right. Oh, thank you for the time to speak at this submission. Just in regards to, I suppose, what $1 million we're just talking about with the dam. For myself within Real NZ Group, I manage the water taxi, the jet boat, and the rafting operation. And this is to do with the area around the dam in regards to our jet boat and water taxi operation through there. So a couple of year and a half ago, I suppose, we started conversation with the harbour master in regards to that area and the current laws as well. Obviously, that you must be at 5 knots within 200 metres of the shoreline. So conversation had started about how we could potentially change that when the navigational bylaw was coming up for renewal, and increasing an area there. And that's how that original big shaded area was come to, I believe, by council, to try and look at an easy way of maintaining the whole of that one area as a whole, as opposed to trying to have 3 separate lanes. We ended up popping into the drop-in session and having a chat with the council, and they indicated that there was a few concerns, obviously, around blind spots around the trees there. So for us as Real NZ, we definitely are happy to have an increase in that area, but we're not opposed to slight changes in it, and hence why we've added this second submission to try and create 3 lanes there, if that's going to be easier. Would it be easier? Are you guys looking at our submission there on page 511, or what's going to be the easiest way to talk to you about it?
We either have access to that, or you can share a screen if appropriate. So,
if you've got page 511, it might be easier.
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so yeah, where you've got page 511, where you've got the initial red lane there, which is the downstream lane, and the orange one is the upstream lane. That's obviously the current bylaw that we've got in place. As the letter of the law states, pretty much once you exit those lanes, you'd be reduced to a 5 knot speed because you're within 200 metres of the shoreline. Over to the far left-hand side, where you've got that rectangle triangle by the tree there, when our water taxis are approaching and departing from the Hilton stop, this is the main way they access up and down into the main body of the lake. But as you can see from this picture, it's quite shallow through that area when the lake levels get low. We've had a few times there where the propellers and the outboards have touched the bottom of the lake going through there. So we've had to restrict either passengers on board to be able to get them up on the plane. And we've also worked with the harbour master in regards to creating sort of an area where we can try and get the boat up and before the water shallows and the deep water there. And the same when we're coming in off the plane to drop down through there. So though we're not opposed to changing the structure as how it's drawn in the current submission, we'd definitely like to see some more extensions done on the 2 lanes, and maybe one to the side of the Hilton as well, please.
Can I just ask a question, Gavin? Is the hatched area that links the 2 existing red and orange lanes, is that just for the purposes of turning around if you're going down?
Oh, the one in the centre, yeah, is a case of turning around, more so when we're training. And same with ourselves and KJet as well, you know, to be able to turn around, to be able to go back down the dam again. Obviously, if $1 million are there, then we'd go out and around and back down the appropriate lane.
Push it out from the island there, or the willow tree, just
we'd go up all the way through past the island, around, and then come back down through the downstream lane.
The smaller hatched area to the west on the other side, on the other side of that other patch of willows.
Yes.
So can you just tell me how you use that? This is to do with access to the Hilton, is it?
Yes, that's solely really for the water taxi, and maybe $1 million if they were coming down through that way as well. So as you're approaching, you drop off the plane there. You're within the 200-meter area of shoreline.
Would you drop off the plane? Where would you drop off the plane?
Right, pretty much right beside where that tree is there.
Okay, so halfway along that access
Halfway
line.
along,
Yeah.
Yep. And then drop off. So you're at a 5-knot speed by the time you're at the end of that lane. And the same when you go to depart, you go into that lane and then try and bring the boat up to speed to get it up on the plane. So
You access in and out on that same channel.
yes, yep. And then from there, they travel at 5 knots along where you can see it's deeper between the shoreline and the shaded area to where the Hilton Wharf is in the centre of the Hilton complex there.
If that access lane didn't exist, you'd be off the plane, what, 150 metres, 100 metres earlier?
Pretty much where you can see that drawn is about 200 metres from the shoreline at the very top of that rectangular box, just to give you a bit of an idea of distances.
So that'd be about 100 odd metres. You'd be slowing down earlier.
Yeah.
What impact would that have?
Well, when the lake levels are low, because of the way there's a deep water channel that goes through there, that $1 million use, which you can just sort of see from the very top left-hand corner coming down into that rectangular box. It means you go close to these other 2 willow trees as well. So you've got a bit more of a blind spot there coming through and dropping down.
All right, thank you. Councillor Tucker.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. I think we've got everything we need. So.
Yep. Okay.
If there's anything further.
Then our second submission is only going down to page 512. And this is just where you're proposing that the power boats stop at, where it's just specified as the arrow confluence with the Kawerau. Where with the Arrow River, obviously, when we've had these heavy rains, etc., we've had a lot more water flowing down, and the confluence does come a little bit further down than what you can see on this drawing here. This is obviously in summer when it's nice and dry, not much flow out of the Arrow River. But what we're proposing is there's a sign that's situated on the, might be able to just make out a little round dot on the bottom right-hand side of that picture there. And that's roughly the location of the sign that council have put in, which prohibits power vessels from carrying on further downstream. And we're just proposing that that's included as the place that power vessels can't go past.
Okay. And does that potentially mix you guys with the rafters launching and the kayakers and stuff where it's currently not?
Yeah, so where we do, you can just make out above that dot, there's a bit of a zigzag trap coming down. This is where the rafters will be walking down, and some are also met from jet boating. And it's just probably halfway between where you can sort of see the nice clear beach of the Arrow confluence there, and the nice greenery that carries on down before the river starts to narrow again. So that's generally where we'll drop the jet boaters off, the jet boat to raft clients off just in there.
So I'm just trying to recall, is it a no power boat restriction or a 5-knot restriction downstream?
Sorry, it's a no power boat restriction.
Okay. Are you saying
it just says from the Arrow confluence.
Okay. So you're saying that you nominally conflict with the provisions because you're below the confluence by 50 metres? Is that what you're saying when you drop people off?
We can be, yeah, depending on how the Arrow River is flowing. We can obviously drop off right at the confluence, but it is a lot siltier there for dropping guests off and being able to disembark to get onto the shore.
Okay, all right, we'll have a think about that. Understand that point.
Yeah.
Is that and that like that GPS coordinate relates to that dot on the bottom right of that screen, does it?
Yes, yes, and that's roughly where the sign is situated. That's up there with a big stop sign that says no power vessels past this point.
Okay.
I think we should still use the Arrow confluence as a marker because it's quite a good geographical feature, but include also this GPS coordinate for the sign.
Okay. No, thank you. Understand that.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
For your time
Thank you for your time.
All right. So if I read correctly, we're down to the final submission, which is Get Boat New Zealand. I think you've got a few people here, so you're welcome to come up to the table. No. So yeah, welcome today. You feel free to introduce yourselves and.
That's what I'm used to.
It's very close, friendly.
Yeah. Right, well, thank you. My name's Chris Thompson. I'm a lawyer down from Nelson, who acts for Jet Boating New Zealand. To my left is Katie McNabb, and to her left is Gavin McMaster, and over there is Eddie McKenzie, who's with us as well.
Before we move on from that, I just wanted to address one point with you. So we've got a slight difficulty in that we've received an enormous amount of information from you guys, submissions, multiple submissions beyond what was originally submitted in your submissions. There's a risk that some people might see that as a second bite at the cherry. You know, that we're giving you special treatment by allowing you to make further submissions beyond what was originally submitted at the time. Now, we have received written submissions from some people like this, which is just notes of what they're talking about. We probably, for procedural reasons, probably need to consider some of this a late submission, because of the volume of information that's come late. And we have the discretion to accept that. Now, I'm going to move and propose that we do accept that, but I do want to just acknowledge that that is unusual that we've received. This is more like what we'd see in a resource consent hearing or a legal submission or something like that. It's unusual for a bylaw in this case. So, but I will move that we accept this as a late submission.
I second.
Thank you.
Well, look, I probably don't need to respond to that then,
That's right.
given where we've landed. I guess I should, for the record, just reserve the position to the extent that, or at least explain, actually, this is a better way to put it, just explain. I don't think there's a lot here that is genuinely new. What it is an expansion and a further explanation on the submission itself. I guess we've got two choices, and I should say we're very grateful for being accommodated and giving the time that you've given us, the half an hour for the three of us, and I hope I'm not eating into it now. We're very grateful for that. Really, the purpose of providing you with the written information is really just to help you. frankly. And so you've got it all in writing. It's in front of you and you can refer back to it. You're not going to hear anything today further to what's written down, which, as I say, is really an explanation of what is in the primary submission. But look, thank you.
I'll just note that part of it, I think we only received last night, which means
that's right.
It's very hard for us to absorb and you know, that information along with all the rest of it.
I get that, and that's the first point I wanted to start with. Did you get a chance to read what came in last night, which was from me?
To some extent.
Yeah, look, and look, again, it's really a record. I'm going to speak to it now in the 10 minutes I've got. The good news is I'm not going to read it all out to you, I'll crack into it. So do you want paper copies? I've got paper copies of stuff if you want it.
I think so. If you've got those,
yeah, would you like them now or later?
Pass them out and we'll put reference.
So there's all there. Look, Jet Boating New Zealand, as you probably know, is a volunteer-led organisation, and its job is to promote the interest of recreational jet boaters, driving what you call pleasure craft in the bylaw, what's defined as pleasure craft. It's an organisation that, in its own words, places top priority on safety and the high standards that its members adhere to. Frequent occasions in the work that I've done for this organisation over probably 7 or 8 years now, I'll ask a question that might go to attitudes on the water, and the response always is not from our members. So as an organisation, it's very strong on encouraging its members to comply with various rules and regulations and the like. And it provides a lot of training and other tools for jet boaters to use. Its submission focuses on 4 things, as you'll probably know: the hunter, the cluther, the communication devices bylaw, and the life jacket definition. That's not to say that it's not interested in other stuff. It actually is very grateful for the way this council provides for recreational jet boating throughout most of the region. And that's recreational jet boat that coexists with non-motorised craft and commercial craft. The reason I make that point is, as I'll get to shortly, when it comes to changes to other parts of the bylaw that you may or may not be looking at, there would be a need. Jet Boating New Zealand thinks to very, very carefully consider any changes that haven't been signalled already, talking to it about them, you know, particularly around some of these other rivers, the Dart, Makarora, etc., etc. I start these submissions in writing by just taking you through what an uplifting is. And really that's just to provide context for Mrs. McNabb's evidence. Now, Mrs. McNabb is a navigational safety, maritime safety expert. I've probably led with my chin a little bit, qualifying her as an expert, given the comments you've made about resource consent hearings. But again, the intention behind that is not to sort of overly complicate things, but just to let you know how we're coming at this, which is an attempt to be sort of responsible. And look, the guys have flown me down. Mrs. McNabb's come down from Picton, Mr. McMaster, Mr. McKenzie are from Invercargill. So they've put quite a lot of effort into coming and eyeballing you people in council, rather, panel, and, you know, talking to you face to face. And that's because it considers this significant. But a really key point from the evidence and the submissions is the 5-knot speed restriction is something of an anomaly, a sort of a quirk of history. And Mrs. McNabb's told you about that and her evidence. And when I say it's a quirk of history, I'm not saying it's wrong, but it comes from maritime rules. And given it's a spatial rule, 200 metres off the shoreline, when you're obviously on a river, unless it's a very, very big river, I don't know if there is a river in the world that's 401 metres wide, there probably is, but you would be triggered, the 5-knot speed restriction would be triggered. And a lot of that comes about because I don't think anyone really anticipated jet propulsion units at the time this was being written. So we have a slightly anomalous history. And the reason that matters is twofold. Number one, when we talk to councils about these rules, we're at pains to say, look, don't assume that a five knots is a magic number that's safe for a reason or t'other. And secondly, remember that for jet boats, slower isn't always better. And I'm sure the four of you are probably mariners, given you're involved in this, and you'll know about all being on the plane, and I'm not going to go over that, and I would be the wrong person to do it anyway. But the point is that, as Mr. McMaster can tell you about, he's an engineer by trade. Mr. McKenzie builds jet boats, incidentally, but as a traffic engineer, roading traffic engineer by trade. The boat is more manoeuvrable and arguably safer in a number of situations when it's on the plane and moving quicker. So that's just about assumptions, and just being alert to those matters. I go on through these submissions to talk about proper purpose, and that's significant because I'm to get to the sort of the pointy end of this submission. I go through some fundamental principles, but frankly, I don't have a lot to add to what the officers have put in front of you. I think it's pretty clear and well written in that regard. So I don't think I need to go over anything there in terms of the process of bylaw making. The officers have also done a good job of telling you about Section 33N, and that if a bylaw has to be for maritime safety purposes, and that's the collateral purposes issue that jet boating New Zealand is a bit concerned about.
Just touching on that, we have touched on that point a number of times today, where we've talked about biosecurity risks and noise relating to not necessarily being navigation safety issues. So we're live to that, what the scope of our decision is around the navigation safety.
Well, look, I won't spin the wheels on that then, other than to say, so again, get to the point, and there's a deeper point that sits behind those, what we're calling collateral purposes. And it comes, and it relates to both the hunter and the cluther. And I'll deal with the hunter first. I've set out in the submissions a little bit of history going back to the deep dark days of 2004, 20 years ago, frighteningly, where there is some information that we uncovered after we lodged the submission through information requests, where at that time the community board had received some requests or was being asked to control speed on the hunter. And in summary, the reasoning behind those matters are matters that are probably more, well, not probably, are more properly dealt with in a district plan. That flowed through to what looks to us like council's position up until around 2009 or 2010. A little bit confusingly, the old 2009 bylaw seemed to indicate an uplift on the hunter, and that was in Schedule 5, but the words don't match. So I've been quite careful to refer to Schedule 5 only here. But then there was a change in the position and the removal of the uplift from the hunter for a longer period. Now, the staff report takes an approach which to me seems to say, well, look, this is the position we've got currently and there's no good reason to change it, on the basis that some users were removed in order to control conflict, and that will make things safer. But what our position is we're not sure there's actually, well, we don't think there is a good understanding of what that conflict is. It hasn't been really well defined. And Mr. McNabb's evidence and the information in our submission, what it does is it's an attempt to show you that actually the hunter, from a navigational safety perspective, there are very few issues. It's a big, wide river, it's got large grades, etc., very good lines of sight. And there's also a naturally limiting factor at the hunter, which is it pretty much has to be blowing southerly, doesn't it?
Well, it has to be post-southerly.
Post-southerly, otherwise you're in for a really grumpy, quite Garth from yesterday, a really grumpy trip back across the lake. And I don't think you'd be lining up to do that. So the concern we have is that what I call misplaced thinking is sort of permeating where we've got to now. So what we're saying for the hunter, and I'll come to how in a minute, the hunter, we think it's time to have a really good close look again at what's going on, and we're urging you to sort of scratch away at the surface a bit and actually look a bit deeper, and with consultation with organisations like Jet Boating New Zealand, plus other interested users of the river, we think there needs to be a really good close look at what's going on there, because it can and should be more open than it is. That takes me to the Clutha, and really the theme's the same. There's no navigation safety reason we say for the prohibition on recreational boats. We don't oppose what you're doing with the commercial boats. And that's a feature of this district, as I touched on before. You have commercial boats and pleasure boats coexisting really well. And so we have no concerns whatsoever with the fact that the bylaw provides for holders of resource consents, but we think it could be simpler again, and there's no need to have the prohibition, which is a significant stick, on the upper parts of the Clutha. I want to finish, because I'm going to run out of time, and I'm mindful of your time, and you probably want to talk to these two more than you want to hear from me. In terms of relief, at 50 to 52, I've set out what I think you need to be turning your mind to. It's sometimes tempting when you get into these positions to say, if we had to do something, we'll need to consult, so it's all too hard. And so further, so we're not going to take that step. What I'm really urging you to, though, is not to fall into that trap and to actually really seriously turn your mind, if you are concerned, and I think probably in fairness, a change of the nature that we're asking you for probably does require some more consultation. But please don't view it as sort of something that is an additional step that is unhelpful or going to slow you down, because there are really, really good reasons behind all this. We say to, as I say, to peel it back and to look closer, and Jet Boating New Zealand would be very, very pleased to work with the council on those matters and to help it understand what its concerns are with the current proposal, and then crack things open. Now, that could delay you from getting your bylaw or parts of your bylaw in place by whenever your next council meeting is, which
we decided it was 13th of February was probably the closest time.
Right, okay. Well, you have moved very quickly, I might add. I was confidently predicting that this wouldn't be happening this year, but shows what I know. So I presume that might have been what you were working towards. But regardless, I just want to really urge that Jet Boating New Zealand's open for business when it comes to talking to you about these sorts of things, and it thinks it has institutional and direct knowledge. And I don't think it was directly consulted prior to this bylaw being drafted. Again, I'll say it publicly, it would very much like to be put on the list of organisations that are spoken to early, because it thinks it's got a really important role in this district. As I say,
just to touch on that, I think that in this case, we weren't proposing to change any of the upliftings or the prohibitions on the rivers, and I suppose I'd like to think that if we were, we would have come to see you, but it probably wasn't one that got on the radar because we weren't specifically changing those things that are of interest, a particular interest to you in this bylaw.
Yeah, well, that's right. Well, look, and don't misunderstand me. I'm not making a point per se. What I'm publicly saying is that JBNZ would like to see that, and really regardless of what you're doing, you know, part of the it thinks it could have a really helpful relationship with you and your team on the basis of, hey, look, we've got our 5-year review coming up. You know, what do you reckon? What's working? What's not? What are the things that you think we should look at? And remember, consultation doesn't mean agreement, as Mrs. McNabb mentioned to me last night. That famous case, which I forget.
Wellington
Airport case. Now, it doesn't mean you have to agree, and Jet Boating New Zealand is not going to turn up saying, well, thank you for consulting, now you have to agree with us. You know, it gets all that. It's a sophisticated organisation. Look, in terms of life jackets and carriage of communication devices, I'm going to put those to one side. Life jackets is probably one that it's attempting to assist with, but really is not a big issue for it. Carriage of communication devices. Perhaps I'll invite you to ask me any questions or ask any questions about that submission point. Actually, upon reflection, just let me quickly address it. The concern with that is one of implementation and interpretation of the provision. It thinks there's an issue right now where the way 19.1 in particular is drafted, all communication devices would have to work at all places at all times, which is not really practical. I mean, it's why we have EPIRBs, right? It's that emergency backup. Don't get me wrong though, JB&Z strongly urge its members to have 2 forms of communication at least. The boat I was on yesterday had 3. And did it have flares as well?
Yep.
Yeah, 4. So look, you know, this is not about cost saving or anything similar. It's a legal interpretation point, and it doesn't want to see either its members in trouble or you with a enforcement headache. Look, that's enough from me. Mr. McMaster will address you now. He would like to read what he has written down, and he says he can do it in 5 minutes. So I'll invite him to address you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should ask, any questions for me? I apologise.
Councillor Tucker.
Well, I guess we'll get it all out and then we'll have a discussion at the end, probably the easiest way to do it.
Yeah. That's about what, anything? No, okay. That's fine. I mean, as I said, we have received those submissions. I don't feel you've got to read everything, but please summarise and make clear the points you wanted.
Oh, thanks, almost the introduction. Thanks for that, Chris. In the Queenstown district, there are a very large number of jet boating opportunities with a number of interesting, challenging rivers, speed upliftings. Those rivers are varied and provide opportunities for recreational jet boating at almost all skill levels. Recreational jet boaters come to the Queenstown Lakes district from all over the region and country. It's hard to identify by what type of jet boater, but there are many families, multiple generations and friends who explore the rivers and their surroundings. This can include fishermen and women getting well upstream to new and favourite fishing holes, or hunters heading to the blocks that would otherwise be only accessible by helicopter or long walks. Recreational jet boaters or pleasure craft operate alongside commercial operators chasing thrills. I'm aware of very little, if any, conflict between the two. As Ms. McNabb says in her evidence, it is important to recognise the difference between commercial jet boats and the pleasure craft, and spending a day in a recreational jet boat is not the same experience as being on the shot of a jet. I support a speed uplifting for the entire Clutha River in the Queenstown Lakes district, including the section of river between Lake Wellington Outlet and the Albertown Bridge. The Clutha is a popular river amongst jet boaters and is not a difficult river to drive on. The Jet Boat Rivers Handbook grades the Clutha as a grade 1 or a class 1, easy to boat and suitable for beginners and family boating. The section from the Lake Wanaka Outlet to the Albertown Bridge is up to 200 metres wide, deep and not particularly hazardous. What many people don't realise is that the 5-knot restriction on the upper Clutha between November and May could make it difficult to navigate the river in a jet boat. This is because a jet boat is at its most manoeuvrability when operating on the plain. A jet boat is propelled along by a pressure of water out of a jet unit, like a pump. The water at the outlet of the pump has a deflector on it, which steers the boat, and the more you pump, the better it steers. In full displacement, your boat is usually sitting up to 3/4 of a metre in the water, making it very lazy to respond in steering. However, if you are on the plain, which would normally be happening above 15 to 20 knots, the boat is up on top of the water, only drawing 50 to 100 mils in the water. The steering is far more responsive, making easy navigation and, if necessary, response to hazards. Idling down the river in full displacement, staying below 5 knots speed limit, can be dangerous as the boat needs water pressure to steer from rocks and banks. Additionally, if you cannot get on the plain, you may hit the bottom, commonly known as grounding. I realise grounding is a lesser issue on the Clutha, but it can be more problematic in rivers like the Hunter. The Upper Clutha provides options, particularly for those in the Wanaka Township, to access the Clutha conveniently. Currently, recreational jet boaters need to use the Albert Town Bridge boat ramp to access the Clutha close to the lake. The Albert Town Bridge boat ramp becomes very congested over the Christmas period, both in the water and on land. Boats travelling upstream, and I've got in brackets currently commercial craft, I'll have that struck out, that's not correct. Move to the right of the river to pass oncoming traffic, which is towards the launching area by the boat ramp on the true left bank. This potentially bottlenecking can be a safety risk. The risk could be reduced if some boats could be launched into the Lake Wanaka and travel downstream from the outlet. JBNZ does not support the prohibition on jet boating other than by a commercial operator, which a resource consent on the Upper Clutha from the 1st of December to the 30th of April. JBNZ does not oppose allowing commercial operators to use the Upper Clutha, but is not aware of any navigational safety reason why the traffic on the river should be limited this way. I have been advised that JBNZ has contacted the commercial operators and reviewed the submissions, and as far as it knows, there are no activities seeking exclusive use of the rivers by commercial operators. The Hunter, I support a year-round speed uplifting on the Hunter. I'm not aware of any navigational safety grounds to limit this. Over the years, I've spent a lot of time on the Hunter River, fishing and picnicking with family, and particularly organised events by JBNZ. I've also used the Hunter River to access hunting blocks in the area. Access to this remote area by land is difficult, and is why it is more convenient to use a jet boat. Boating on the Hunter River is often highly dependent on the conditions because you have to travel 30 minutes across Lake Hawea, which chops up most afternoons. This naturally limits the number of boats on the river, regardless of what time of the year. The JBNZ River Handbook grades the Hunter as a class 2 with a wide open riverbed, deep pools separated by shallow shingle beds and runs. The Hunter is an ideal jet boating river and can be boated with minimal boating experience and is a wild and scenic. The point I made earlier about you need to be on the plane to avoid groundings is relevant in the Hunter. If you stop, you might need 500 to 750 mils of water to float. And in parts of the Hunter is shallower than that. This ability to boat shallow water is the advantage of beauty of a jet boat, allowing these types of rivers to be accessed. The Hunter River is a braided river around 200 to 500 metres wide from bank to bank, is relatively straight and 2 to 3 metres deep in the main channels. This means there is good visibility for jet boaters can see non-motorised craft and fishermen and women who may be standing in the river clearly. It does not matter what speed you are travelling, the skipper always needs to be aware of the surroundings. Being alert is crucial when in a jet boat because you are always reading and navigating the river. The width of the river also provides enough room to pass and manoeuvre effectively and safely when on the plane. If the conditions were poor enough to affect visibility, it is unlikely you will be boating on the Hunter as you would not be able to get access to the Hawea. I'll leave it at that with, I think Chris touched on the communication side of it and the life jackets, which is in evidence anyway. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, well, actually, I was going to say hello, but behind me. Apologise for my back. And to say that while I'm just here today to deliver this, I'm available at any time to discuss further points, work with you. So just turning to page 4, we'll skip all the boring bits at the beginning. We boated for 20 years without upliftings. They weren't applied to the waters until 1979. It was as my colleague on the right said, it was an accident of history always. So particularly in Queenstown, the 5 knot speed restrictions for jet boaters in the Queenstown Lakes District are a historical anomaly. So I'm just going to go through and praise you a few points that are important because you don't need to hear me reading all this out. So there's some other technical details about how the layers of legislation happened and so on and so forth. But I guess one of the things I'd like people to understand is that these rules of the road at sea and passing port are international. 167 countries sign into those rules through the International Maritime Organization of the United Nations. This isn't just something special to us. So key issues: skipper responsibility. Navigation on rivers is less complex than on open water because you only navigate in two directions, up and down. Not difficult. We're not dealing with craft coming from all sorts of directions. We also need to remind ourselves that boats who are unpowered have the same responsibilities within the hierarchy of legislation. All motorised boats must give way to unpowered boats, but that doesn't absolve them from staying on the correct side of the river and following the rules. So it's just similar to cyclists on our road who must know the rules and abide by them, even though they're not required to hold a licence to prove that they know those rules. Okay, that's really important. They can't go around like Brown's cows. So consistency, and this is something I also do this by work in other areas of New Zealand. So consistency with other areas within the country, but also within your own council areas, for instance, how you treat the Kora and how you treat the Clutha. For example, to date, we have 7 different life jacket rules throughout the country. That's without the quarter of the country that's still under Maritime New Zealand jurisdiction. This is unhelpful and confusing. So the approach to river boating must also be consistent, so jet boaters who as trailer boaters are very mobile and can boat and know the rules wherever they are. I do not agree that the rivers in this district are unique in any way, in a way that rebuts this presumption. Additionally, I'm concerned that complex rules make for complications for regulators and difficulty around communication with the public. Keep it simple. Uplifting doesn't mean unlimited speed. I'm not going to go through all that. It's about keeping a proper lookout and safe speed, whether you're driving the Queen Mary or whether you're in a tiny little boat, powered boat. So those are the international rules. And then beneath those, as an enlargement, we have Maritime Law Part 91, which is our inland, our coastal and inland rules. So turning to paragraph 31 on page 7, it is the responsibility of a boat skipper to comply with these rules at all times, regardless of whether the boat is commercial or private or the speed it's travelling. So on the water, commercial and private boats are exactly the same until they're over 500 tonnes. So it's just the same as a bus on the road and a car on the road, drive to the same rules. There is no difference. We don't just give way to the bus because he's bigger. So the rules are international and simple to understand as they relate to jet boaters, and ties into the point I made above about skipper responsibility. I note that in 2018, Louise Dooley alerted QLDC to concerns about the proposed bylaws lawfulness that is attached, Appendix 1. Perceived problems in navigation and safety. The statement of proposal broadly defines the perceived problem very generally as navigation safety, and then says a number of specific safety problems have been considered. I agree that a bylaw is an appropriate way of addressing navigation in the Queenstown Lakes District alongside Rule 91, with which your bylaws must be consistent. So jet boaters' safety records and interest and incidents. Jet boaters all want to come home at the end of the day, just as any other boater does. So it's important to recognise that the perception of jet boating by many people does not reflect the reality of how most people boat. So I've been through that, and at paragraphs 35 and 36, I go into the reasoning why. Jet boating, as with sailing, requires considerable skill. So you need to learn how to read water and understand river morphology in order to progress up and down a river. As a skipper of a jet boat, you're always looking for passing fences. Point made by Garth McMaster, wait and see him wherever you're boating. That's part of keeping proper lookout, Rule 22. So then paragraph 38 expands about how much jet boat use there is in New Zealand, and astonishingly 98% of production in New Zealand jet units is commercial and goes to navies and customs and everyone overseas. Jet boaters don't wish to have a collision with an object, log or rock, let alone another vessel. Perceptions around speed and danger are just that, perception or not reality. There's no evidence I'm aware of that demonstrates a raised risk of collisions or other mishaps in the Queenstown Lakes District Council rivers. perception is something that something is dangerous is just that. When examined, a view of boating behaviour by a trained person using the legal framework may show that the boater was behaving in a completely lawful manner. So it is a requirement of Maritime Transport Act 1994, Section 31, that all incidents and accidents be reported to Maritime New Zealand. Part 6 of the 2018 draft bylaw and draft bylaw include requirements to also report incidents and mishaps. It's this incident reporting that drives our whole navigation and safety framework, particularly at the Rule 91 level. Our local, bylaws, and for those areas not under bylaw, Maritime New Zealand Rule 91. So I made a request under the Local Government Official Information Meetings Act for this area, and the answer to that request demonstrates that before the prohibition on the Upper Cluth was put in place by the 2017 bylaws, any incidents were not about harm but related to regulatory matters, such as complaints about operation of craft outside the regulatory windows. There was no actual event, accidents on the top bit of the river. I also made the same.
Can you just clarify, was that with council or with Maritime?
That was both. The last one was with the council. Yeah. So it was all around, were they off the river by 6 o'clock or some other misunderstanding, often from a bystander, not a person involved in the thing. I also made a request to Maritime New Zealand regarding incidents on the Upper Cluth and the Hunter. That request was also about the Hunter. The response, which covers the period from 2010, some 14 years, the only records available, and have been made available to you. The majority of accidents and incidents involve commercial craft on the Clutha. The only incident involving a pleasure craft on that top section of the river was a rescue of 2 paddle boys who had become entangled with a buoy. And that was on Anzac Day, lucky for them, because there were boats going down the river that picked them up. No incidents reported on the Hunter River, either with MNZ or with QLBC. Nationally, there are no records of jet boating hitting swimmers anywhere. And I've been, doing this research for 20 years. So while there's a perception that some private boaters create an added risk, that's not my experience. And I go into that paragraph 47. Therefore, in my view, the absence of reported incidents involving privately owned jet boats means that there's no evidence of there being a navigation safety issue that justifies the prohibition of private craft from any part of the river. And as discussed below, there are grounds for putting in place a speed uplift for the entire year on the Clutha and on the Hunter rivers. So I've gone into some detail about the Hunter River here. Down to paragraph 52, the Queenstown Lakes District Council report on the Navigation Safety Draft Bylaw 2025 at page 41. Paragraph states that JBNZ's proposed amendments not accepted on the basis of concerns for fly fishers. I am unclear what these concerns are. So, as everyone else has said, the river's really boated because of its location. So no incidents or accidents have been reported. So we had the full 6 months uplifting trials around 2003, and then it was put into the bylaw in 2008, only to be removed at 2018, that we had 6 months uplifting on that river. So the presence of higher numbers of river users is not a reason in itself to conclude an uplift is inappropriate. So I'd like you to think a little bit about, I know there's no similar concern expressed for the Dart, the Kora, the lower shot over the Wilkin, the Mackerel or the Matiki, all of which see fishing and other recreational activities coexisting with jet boaters, often in greater numbers. So I'm not going to drill down into paragraphs 55 to 58. And just go over to just one thing on the Clutha at paragraph 63. I recognise Council's concerns regarding the safety of other river users. However, this risk has been overstated. jet boaters must be aware of the surroundings at all time. So that really is all I have to say. But as I said before, I'm totally happy at any time to come and talk or to clarify rules. I teach this stuff all over the place and whatever else. So thank you, Madam Chair and gentlemen.
Thank you. Councillor Tucker.
Thank you for your submission. As Chris rightly pointed out, we're all users as much as we are on the side of the fence. So only on some case. Yeah, I hear your point about through your submission communication devices. Given that you're far from help anyway, that there's only so much you can do, and that most people out of best practice carry multiple forms of it regardless. Your discrepancies around the definition of life jackets, there was a few codes. Are you able to speak more candidly about what sort of life jackets you're wanting to wear that you can't, or what?
Well, as far as jet boating New Zealand is concerned, like we have minimum standards of 402 life jacket, which is equivalent to the 406 as well, because it's the 406 has got a little bit more buoyancy in the front of it, but they both run neck collars, or they can be able to run neck collars. So basically,
type 1 effectively.
Yep.
Under the current.
So like basically for jet boating, why we promote it is because it's got good protection and flotation device. So if you had a bank or run aground on a gravel bar or roll your boat around and you end up in the water unconscious, you will actually be lying in the water with your head up out of the water direct. And that's why we recommend it. But when it comes to the likes of, it states in the bylaw about being towed by a boat, which is a skier, like really realistically, to wear a ski vest is ideal for it. To wear a 406 life jacket skiing is just an absolute lemon. And then basically that guy having to get out of the water in his ski vest and change his life jacket into a 406 to comply with the bylaws. It just needs to be looked at and be practical about it.
Does the 406 include the life jackets that inflate automatically?
No. So they're basically just picking on that style of life jacket, which is the full vest, flotation device on the front and the full collar on the back, which is the ultimate, to be honest. But like if you're in a boat trawling or fishing in the lake or something like that, and you're relaxing a wee bit, to have a full life jacket on like that, and your people around you, it's just.
There's a reason they make different types. It's those different types of activities. So,
sorry, just to add another point. In terms of, there's a lot of recreational use in the Clutha River currently, and it's expanding quite rapidly as well. So I think it's going to be pretty hard to imagine any sort of progress here from your point of view. But the Hunter River, have you reached out to the fly fishermen there and sort of talked to them about their concerns as an organisation?
Not as an organisation. I've talked to fly fishermen on the river, and like we find the same problems down home in the likes of the Matau River and the Reki River and that, but like we get along, and they got to realise that the resource is not just there for one individual group; it's there for everyone.
Yeah, and I think from our perspective, we're trying to ensure that we're creating fair circumstance for all users. And I think to add to your sentiment, it would be helpful to have, if we're going to make any progress on that, whether this or in future, that they're going to have to be a stakeholder in that conversation. So just highlighting that that's an important discussion.
But for jet boaters going up the Hunter, it's like even the noise disruption, it's a short-term thing. It's like a plane going over. Once you've gone past and gone back, you got to get back home anyway. Like you can't stay up there all day. You've got to get down before the lakes rough or anything like that. And normally you'll find, unless they're organised runs by Jet Boating New Zealand, where it'll be publicised that we've got the association's taken a group of boaters up there, you might get 20 odd boats, but like very rarely you get more than groups of 2 to 3 boats. And they'll be just people coming into the district that travel all over the country that's picked on that river to go and boat, or the ones that want to go and fish it themselves.
Okay.
So it would very much be open to you if you chose to recommend to the full council that the hunter goes out for consultation again. And as part of that, yes, you would need to hear from the fly fishers and other users, and really what we would say is we would be very interested to hear what the navigation safety concern is they have on the hunter that might constrain this, and that's the reason for scratching around the history. And we think if you scratch around, you know, you might find that there are not significant navigation safety issues, and that's the key point, and it's in front of you. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I would just relay Councillor Tucker's concern that, you know, I've seen firsthand the Upper Clutha activities and success of the bylaw in addressing, you know, safe use of the river for people floating down and paddling kayaks and stuff like that. I don't share your view that it's overstated. I think it is absolutely evident that it's been successful in reducing risk to, I mean, I've seen it firsthand. I've seen jet boats fly through swimming areas previously, and that is no longer a problem, which is great for those users. Now, we, you know, I think we are tasked with providing some balance, and I think that, you know, the majority of the Clutha is available for jet boats. Even the Upper Clutha is available for a majority of the time, majority of the year. And, you know, I think we have struck a good balance there at the moment, and I think it'd be a tough sell to the community, particularly. I think it's been a successful piece of policy on that stretch of river, and I think it'd be a tough sell to change that. There might be different cases with the hunter. We can work through that. But
that's not necessarily like if you compare it with Warrior and the entrance to the Warrior,
the level of usage is completely different. The level of passive use on that section of the Upper Clutha by people floating and swimming and riding unicorns and inflatable jandals and stuff like that is completely different scenario. It's and is a really highly valued thing, and you know.
Is there any history of any accidents?
Well, as I said, I've seen what I would call near misses firsthand, and you know, I'm surprised that nothing came up, because I know for a fact that many times have been reported to the harbour master over many years, incidents or potential for incidents on that stretch of river. So I'm surprised that they haven't come up in the records. That might be a record keeping problem, but it certainly has been. There was a strong history of potential problems there. Yeah. So anyway, Councillor Butler.
Yeah, no, I don't have any questions actually, but thank you very much for the comprehensive submission. So thank you.
Do you have any comments on the upstream downstream gate in the Albertown Bridge?
We had a good look at it yesterday.
Yeah. I think I'll just start that off. I mean, not in principle. I think Jet Boating New Zealand sees what council's trying to achieve with that. It's a tough one, isn't it? Because yeah,
I mean, you know, the conversation did get a little odd in that I think the idea of young people jumping from that bridge, having brought up a teenager in this area, I mean, that's a waka katahi matter really. And once they're in the river, we're keeping a proper lookout and travelling at proper speed. And as I say, there's just simply no record. But I think that having an upstream and downstream, and that's what you have anyway, because you've got to stay up. If you're going to put it where you want to put it, I think you're risking putting a lot of wake, particularly with the commercial boats going upstream past the ramp, where everybody's actually parking and holding and trying to load their boats. I think it's got the potential, good intention, but I think the execution may be problematic.
One of the issues with that boat ramp is when you actually launch your boat, or you're actually waiting for your trailer to come in, it swirls and there's back eddies in it. So you're actually reversing and falling all the time, and you're finding yourself side drifting.
Yeah.
So you're actually losing a little bit of control of the river. It's taking control over you. So you're actually working out towards that second pair anyway.
Yeah.
And like at congested times, like I've seen, 10 to 15 boats all lined up in there trying to manoeuvre around those whirlpools. So.
And that's one of the challenges with the prohibition on the Clutha, is people who might be putting in the outlet come up to the bridge are instead having to put in at boat ramp. So it's, it's a system, and you know that, I'm sure. But it's, so there's one thing leads to t'other. So yeah, look, it's pretty tough. I mean, I think in a perfect world, JBNZ's preference would probably be to see Waka Kotahi prohibiting jumping, but good luck. That's not your job here today. But it's, we also noted that there'd probably be a CAA.
Yes.
When they're falling, the Civil Aviation Authority might need to.
We were
be
getting a
involved
little
as well.
bit silly about that.
So low flying on the bridges.
Yeah. Well, more the jumpers.
More the jumpers.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. It's probably less amusing now than it was on the boat.
It's terribly funny.
So look, we'll jog on. So look, yes. Anyway, any other questions we can help you all with?
No, look, I think that's been clear, and look, we do appreciate the engagement and the willingness to discuss. We'll work through whether these points are, whether they're within scope of the bylaw as currently, whether they are justified in seeking further consultation on, or look, I'll be completely upfront. I don't think the upper cliff is on the table, but and I'm only speaking for myself, but I see that as being pretty effective in the time that since it's occurred, and it's would be unwelcome from our community, I believe, to go back on that. And I do think there were valid navigation safety reasons for it that have played out. So.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, good. All right. Well, that's us. Thank you very
That's
much.
us. Yes.
Thank you, and thanks. Yeah.
I'll thank the panel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh,
I think
copies of the evidence. You didn't, did you?
Thank you. So we've concluded the submission parts of the hearing today. We'll be hanging around to have a brief discussion with staff, and we'll be entering formal deliberations on Thursday to make a landing on some of these issues. Thanks everyone for your time today.